Halo semua, selamat malam dan selamat datang di live stream Sherlock Holmes. Live stream yang jangan ditanya ya bang kenapa sepi, karena ini game mikir coy. Dan kebiasaan orang tidak mau berpikir ya. Oh shit, this one copyrighted. Shit man. Malam guys, malam. So, kali ini kita akan memulai lagi game Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 ya. Ternyata setelah gua research ternyata masih ada beberapa chapter utama lagi untuk kita sampai ke menuju akhir ya. Makanya mari kita ini aja guys, mari kita segerakan aja. Buat yang baru datang jangan lupa klik tombol like-nya dulu dan bantu share ya seperti biasa guys. Karena kalau game Sherlock itu nggak semua orang mampu berpikir ya. Jadi gua respect buat kalian yang udah datang nonton live stream Sherlock Holmes. Kalian keren. Kita langsung aja guys ya. Kasih musik dulu. Malam Rizky, malam Zaki. Ini biasa di sini ya. Oh shit. Sherlock. Malam Akemi. Pasca menang bagaimana tanggapan Lesti? Nggak tahu, gua tanya Lesti dah. Alright, go. Let's start the game. Kita langsung aja continue dulu. Bantu gue mikir guys ya, nih game susah banget guys. Seperti biasa nggak usah nanya kenapa sepi kenapa enggak ya, capek gue jawabnya. Oh shit, that song. Woo! Time songnya bikin ini anjing, bikin merinding. Aneh bener topinya depannya yang mana ya? Halo Chandra Kartika. Alright, let's go. Oke, seperti biasa awal-awal nge-lag dulu ya. Terakhir itu kita mengerjakan misi dari Werner Vogel ini ya. Misi yang panjang waktu itu ya. Misi apa sih kemarin terakhir? Yang nonton. Misi apa sih anjing, lupa gua. Sulit banget lah pokoknya misinya. Oh, yang ini pembunuhan di ruangan tertutup yang di basement. Yang di basement sampai kita nyari ke sana kemari, cuy. Jauh banget sumpah. Hey, what's up, man? Oke, kita loading dulu. Waduh, makeup orangnya belum diganti, cuy. Huh? You can change clothes here. Alright. Enggak, ding. Kira lagi sakit anjing, beneran dia. Yang maling musim, oh ya benar. Tahun udah performance katanya baru belum. Oke. Kita cek dulu misinya. Cashbook kita ini ke My Story kita ini kembali lagi guys ke Mother's Love ya. Coba kita lihat dulu. Di sini ada kasus-kasus yang lain juga. String theory, sensitive item, I don't know. Ini ntar aja kita ya. Ini Mother's Love dulu ya. Yang muji. Jadi di sini kemarin itu si Werner Vogel ninggalin package ya. Werner Vogel mentioned that he has a gift for me, something that once belonged to my family. It was delivered to the front door of my manor. Artinya kita di sini suruh ke manor guys ya. Townwood Manor. Kita lihat kiriman apa nih si Werner Vogel ke rumah kita nih. Katanya milik sesuatu yang punya keluarga kita cuy. Nonton Vicky versus Akhir, nonton. Oh shit. Gue liat ada beberapa orang gitu. Bro, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Alright, John. Ada dua guys. Ada John, ada kotak ini. Ini gajah dari kasus yang lama ya. Yang mana dulu kita cek ini? Orang dulu ya, Dulu.
Do exercise some restraint, Mr. Holmes. Find the who's and we'll handle the why's.
Hah? Ngapain sih anjing? Alright, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Ini punya keluarga kita. Tengkorak ibu kita kah? Niga, what the fuck?
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Alright. Oh shit. Malam Raffi. Shit. What the fuck is this? Anjing, gue merinding, cok.
Did you just remember something? Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Okay.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft.
Oh my god.
What are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental. Because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Oh, yang tadi orang-orangan Mycroft. Oke, jadi si Mycroft tiba-tiba datang guys ke tempat kita ya, ke rumah ini. Terus tadi si Sherlock bilang, "Get out of my house," gitu, keluar dari rumah gue katanya kan. Tapi ini juga rumah gue, kata si Mycroft. Terus si Sherlock intinya dia marah karena si Mycroft nggak memberitahu kebenaran tentang ibunya. Mycroft berbohong bahwasannya ibunya itu kena tuberkulosis, TBC ya, TBC. Terus intinya si Sherlock bilang kalau ibu kita tuh kena mental illness gitu guys. Mental illness dan bermasalah lah, unstable katanya. Termasuk juga gue juga unstable nih katanya. Ya intinya si siapa namanya, si Mycroft itu bilang bagusnya kok waktu di London ya sama aku ya katanya. Aku bisa membentukmu katanya kan, membentukmu menjadi anak muda yang lebih produktif katanya. Gak kayak sekarang nih katanya. Kau punya potensi yang besar gitu. Harusnya stop lah kita ini. Stop lah kau itu mencari-cari tahu tentang masa lalu yang ini gitu ya. Ya intinya suruh cari tahu sendiri lah guys. Intinya berdebat masalah itulah. Harusnya nggak usah kau cari ini kata si Mycroft. Alright, kita lihat dulu kasusnya. Baru kasihan si Asa tuh. Kasihan kenapa? Fractured memory. Oh ya, tadi kita kan dapat ini ya, sedikit serpian masa lalu kita. Fractured memory nih. Keinget nih. I caught a glimpse of another memory. Aku melihat sekilas dari memori yang lainnya, ingatan yang lainnya. Aku pernah ingat, ini ya, eksamen memperhatikan bones, tulang, large, besar dan pucat. Dan ingat refleksi dari magnifying glass. Magnifying itu apa sih, kaca pembesar ya. Dan suara ibuku. Ada sebuah ruangan yang penuh oleh artefak dan curiosities, kepenasaran. Harusnya suatu tempat di manor, di ground floor, di dekat rather memorable painting. Alright, let's go. Let's go inside. Ya, Mak Raffi absen. Oke, ground floor berarti lantai bawah kan? Oh shit. What is this? Oh, woods.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall.
Oh, ada sesuatu di mana? Oh, ini dia. Apa nih sesuatu yang besar ini? Female fishtail
It was
mysterious.
a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible,
Oh.
it must have been something else.
Akuarium gede katanya ada mermaid.
Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Oh, ini dia.
Well, fine. Your memory's
Tengkorak tadi,
better
guys.
than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
Ada orang lain juga di sini katanya. Family member female
It's
ibu
my
kita lah,
mother.
ya kan?
She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
Ibu kita megang sesuatu guys ini. Tool glass observation.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us.
Oke. Bukan katanya ini guys. Jadi tengkorak ini katanya kan terbuat dari dua tengkorak yang berbeda, ya kan? Terbuat dari dua tengkorak yang berbeda. Jadi mermaid itu palsu. Terus kata si John, ya lalu ibu kita menghancurkan ini kan tulangnya. Oh nggak kayak gitu John, kata si Sherlock. Terus apa lagi? Ada orang lain, people, lot, and workers.
The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She
Oh,
always said
palsu.
that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that.
Oke. Itu deh guys masa lalu. Gimana ya? Oh,
Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
wah ini
I
belum
never
pernah
saw the
kebuka
point.
sebelumnya.
What does it matter if some artifact is real or not? It still exists.
Oke. Berarti ya kita harus cari sesuatu guys ini. Kita mulai dari sini dulu ya. Alright, ada sesuatu. What is this? Apa ini guys? A torn diploma found in the cabinet of curiosities. Someone deliberately ripped into several pieces. Dibelah dua ya. Reassemble and translate. The diploma reads, on behalf of the board of the University of Geneva, Switzerland, we, rector of the university, noting that Mr. Otto Richter has undergone the test required by the laws and regulation, confer on him the degree of Doctor Medicine with the rights and prerogatives so attached. Okay.
Clearly, it was deliberately torn. I wonder why someone would do that.
Mrs. Holmes is a patient of considerable interest and an ideal test subject to explore some of my theories. I will attempt to repeatedly immerse her in the traumatic situation that precipitated her mental illness. It is my belief that reliving that moment may give her mind a chance to embrace and what happened, accept it, and effectively cure itself. I'm confident in my hypothesis and merely need to prove it. In addition, it's fortuitous to be around the broader Holmes family. Perhaps I will be able to also examine the heredity of psychological traits. Be they competencies or disorder, it is already apparent that all family members share an uncommonly high intelligence. It appears that the mother's condition has begun to affect the mind of the youngest boy, Sherlock. While I cannot conduct a proper medical examination due to the protectiveness of the elder son, it seems that the boy suffer ongoing hallucination in the form of an imaginary friend, John. Kayaknya surat ini justru halo, kayak name selalu Justin. Bentar guys, Otto Richter ini bapak kita kan? Gue lupa Otto Richter. Oh si dokter yang ini, dokter yang memeriksa ibu kita guys. Bentar guys. Jadi si Mrs. Holmes ini seorang pasien yang tertarik ya, considerable interest and an ideal test subject to explore some of my theories. Jadi ibu kita ini dijadikan objek untuk teori-teorinya si Otto Richter ini guys. I will attempt to repeatedly immerse her in the traumatic situation that precipitated her mental illness. Oh, jadi si dokter Otto Richter ini membuat lagi situasi di mana ibu kita ini trauma lagi supaya ini ya, dia bisa lagi mengingat ketraumaan dia itu. And effectively cure itself. Oh, dan jadi dengan si dokter Otto Richter ini berencana dengan membuat ibu si Sherlock ini mengingat mental illness dia tuh, trauma-trauma dia itu, dia bakal sembuh sendiri. Dan dia yakin dengan hipotesis dia. Dan perlu dibuktikan. Perhaps I'll be able to also examine the heredity of psychological traits, be they competencies or disorder. It is already apparent that all family members share an uncommonly high intelligence. Jadi semua keluarga Sherlock ini semuanya ya mempunyai IQ yang tinggi guys. Oh, supreme leader. Ya Gilang. It appears that the mother condition has begun to affect the mind of the youngest boy. Jadi kejadian dari yang dirasakan oleh ibu kita ini berefek kepada anak paling kecil di keluarga ini guys, yaitu Sherlock kita guys. Kita nggak bisa kata si Otto Richter ini, dia nggak bisa eksamen si Sherlock, tapi It seems that the boy suffer ongoing hallucination in the form of imaginary friend John. Jadi dari kecil kayaknya si Sherlock ini udah kena juga guys mentalnya. Wow. Berarti dari kecil John ini nggak pernah ada. Right? Betul Pak. Studies in the Tibetan mentalism.
The Tulpa. Studies in Tibetan mentalism.
Oh, jadi dari dulu nggak ada.
An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject.
Correct. Mana satu lagi? Holy shit. Mana cuy satu lagi? Oh, ada surat nih. Surat dari si saudaranya si Otto. My dear brother, I heard you recently arrived on Cordona. Have you come to see me? I do miss our evening conversation, even if we never agreed in our opinions. Cordona is home to a stunning new art gallery, which I visit every Thursday. Meet me there. Oh, and do not seek Klaus. I left that name behind. Kata saudaranya kan, abangku sayang, aku dengar kamu baru-baru ini nyampai di Cordona. Apakah kamu datang untuk menjengukku? Aku kangen pembicaraan kita malam-malam gitu kan. Walaupun kita nggak pernah setuju dengan opini kita, opini kita masing-masing ya. Cordona adalah rumah yang bagus untuk art gallery. Woi, thank you Supreme Leader Char Asnabel. Yang mana aku kunjungi setiap hari Kamis ya. Temui aku di sana dan jangan mencari ya Klaus. I left that name behind. What the fuck is Klaus? Salah abang enggak Arvin? Baca manga Moriarty Departed enggak. Alright guys, dari satu itu aja udah banyak fakta-fakta yang kita dapatkan. Wait, main flashnya kebuka nih. My imaginary friend John. Mental disease. Fragile sanity. My mother's struggle with mental disease could well be hereditary and affect my mind and rationality. Oke, fakta terbaru. Fakta terbaru guys. Oke. Ini nggak ada
The full
berartinya di
plate
game,
armor
nggak
of
ada.
Sir Robert Swanford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Oke.
Armour is armour, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
Oke.
Mother said this was among the hunting trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
Viscount. Oh.
So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts.
Ini
It
kayaknya
would have been
memang kepala
thrilling
asli guys ya,
if it
kepala
were
binatang asli
actually
guys ya.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw.
Oh,
Its
fake.
owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable.
Oh, ini fake. Itu aslinya beruang coklat tapi diwarnain putih. Terus Nabel kamu Amuro tapi abang tahu Moriarty ya tahu lah. Oh, what is this? Cozy blanket.
I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
What? Ada tempat tidur dulu guys di sini. Oke. Oh, banyak lagi yang bisa dieksplor. Watkinson and Holman chapter 1. Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace Dioram.
Oh, Mycroft. He always acts so serious, but then reads tripe like this.
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down.
Oke, habis ya. Oke. Oke, ada gelas. Gelas kerajaan. Oh,
Another fake Holy Grail.
fake Holy Grail.
Its owner claimed to be the heir of King Arthur. Scarcely believable. He also insisted a deadly rabbit was hunting him.
Alright. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Tameng?
Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft found out and forbade us from using real weapons.
Oke. Oh, ada surat lagi. Shit, man.
So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand.
Si Mycroft suka ngumpulin kartu-kartu nama orang, cuy. Reliable and driven.
Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. Officer
Oh,
Luciano
Placido.
J. Placido.
Oh, itu yang dulu si Mr. Placido, guys. Letter from the judge. Dear Mr. Holmes, please accept my deepest gratitude for your recent help with that personal matter. I shudder to think that way have happened were it not for your keen eye and sharp mind. Rest assured, should be our path or cross once again, you will be greeted by a grateful friend, His Honor Judge McDougall. Ya intinya pernah ini dulu ya, pernah membantu si hakim itulah.
This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
Shit, mana lagi ya? Oh,
Carefully opened.
There you go.
Dated 24th of April, 1869.
Catat guys. Court summons. Mr. Michael Holmes, the Cordona City Hall writes to inform you that the trial of Dr. Otto Richter in the death of Mrs. Violet Holmes has been assigned to His Honor Judge McDougall. Your application for a closed hearing has been granted. You are hereby informed that the prosecution has called you as a primary witness in the trial of Dr. Richter. You must present yourself at the criminal court of Cordona on the death list of half. Mr. Michael Holmes, the Cordona City Hall writes to inform you that trial of Dr. Otto Richter in the death of Holmes has been assigned to His Honor Judge McDougall.
I'm starting to remember something.
Main press lagi guys, main press lagi. Mycroft testified against Dr. Richter. Mycroft was the main prosecution witness against Dr. Richter. Suspicious psychiatrist. Mycroft did not like the method of Dr. Otto Richter and did not trust him. Oke, jadi dari awal si Mycroft ini nggak pernah percaya guys dengan si Dr. Otto Richter ini ya. Iya, Mother's Love ini kita cuma punya ini guys. The family friend. While there are no record about my mother's death, we had a family friend on Cordona. He might know something. Terus, Mycroft hid the truth about the death of our mother and lied when he told me that she died of tuberculosis. My mother struggles with mental disease, could well be hereditary and affect my mind and rationality. Mycroft did not like the methods of Dr. Richter and did not trust him. Malpraktik? Kayaknya begitu. John asked if we can unlock Mycroft drawer in the cabinet of curiosities, the subject of our years-long fascination. One morning when we were children, John and I tried to spy on Mycroft to find out where he kept. Oke, jadi intinya kita ini guys, misi dari si Johnnya ini guys, cari kunci untuk ini ya, cari kunci untuk laci tadi guys. Accident in the cabinet of curiosities. After examining the cabinet of curiosities, I started remembering something from my childhood. Early morning footsteps.
The memory comes back. We snuck about watching him.
He closed the drawer and went to the hall. We were like two shadows crawling behind him.
Jadi musuhnya dokter dong. Belum tentu. Kita nih nggak jelas sekarang ibu kita nih mati karena apa. Fuck. Kenapa jalan ini menuntun kita ke sini, coy? Mel, uniform.
He opened the door to the postman and they exchanged documents. If it was a real postman, of course.
Oh, ini tukang bawa surat palsu, cuy. Si Mycroft. Apa sih yang disembunyikan si Mycroft sebenarnya? Oh, apa ini ada jejak kaki? Landscape tilted.
The painting on the wall was slightly atilt. He stopped and straightened it.
Oke. Ada jalan lagi di sini. Log fire crackle. Dia bakar
Then
sesuatu
he
di depan
threw
dia.
some logs into the fire and sat in his armchair to read.
It's as boring now as it was then. I'm sorry, Sherry, but I think that's it.
Wait, John, we never use the fireplace in the mornings. What if...
Hah? Kita nggak pernah bakar ini di pagi hari, tapi ada orang yang datang sebelumnya ke sini. Ada apa nih?
A bit of juniper in the fireplace created a soothing atmosphere. It's the little things, isn't it?
Apa ini?
I think this is what we're looking for.
Tiny key. Dapatkah? Alright, dapat kita. Kita pakai baju merah, jerasnya dulu kayak gitu baju ya. Baju bisa diganti-ganti. Itu bukan John Watson. Ini Sherlocknya Sherlock muda, bukan Sherlock udah tua. Ini Sherlock masih muda, masih kecil. Masih ABG. Itu bukan John Watson. Alright guys. Now, mari kita lihat apa yang ada di dalam laci ini guys. Udah kayak Eren aja nih. Sesuatu dalam laci.
We made it. So what's there?
Hah? Botol saus.
Gifted by Queen Victoria herself.
Oh, hadiah dari Queen Victoria. Ngeri kali si Mycroft ini emang.
Single malt whiskey. Mycroft's favorite.
Half a bottle of fine single malt whiskey. Oh, whiskey. Mycroft's favorite drink. We found it locked in the drawer of the desk in the curiosity cabinet among a pile of important documents. Remarkably, it seems that the whiskey was given by Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself. Ngeri anjing si Mycroft ini. Maaf, gak apa-apa, Nopi.
Otto Richter.
Oke. Kita buka.
This one is rather thick. Mycroft can be truly dogged in his research.
Mycroft Research. Oh, nih dia si Mycroft mencari tahu tentang siapa sih Dr. Richter ini sebenarnya. Otto Richter adalah seorang pria berumur 45 tahun, lahir di keluarga yang dihormati in Bern di Swiss. Belum menikah dan nggak punya no heirs itu apa sih namanya? Nggak punya keturunan, nggak punya penerus. Medical practitioner, lulus dari University of Genoa, Switzerland. Lulusnya ditunda setahun karena ada skandal kecil on one of his placement, dari salah satu di tempatnya placement yang ditempatkannya. Maksudnya apa nih? Pewaris benar-benar. Orang tua meninggal di Cholera tahun 1863. Satu-satunya keluarga yang masih ada hanyalah half brother Klaus. Age umur 35 tahun. Present whereabout of Klaus Richter unknown. Oh, tempat di mana saudaranya tinggal gak tahu. Terakhir lihatnya di Cordona. Tadi kan kita nemu surat dari itu. Surat dari adiknya itu. Katanya datang setiap hari Kamis.
Dossiers on the most influential people on Cordona. Mycroft always had a habit of building files on everyone he met.
Mycroft ini orang yang ditemuinya dicatat-catatinnya cuy. Emang teliti banget nih si Mycroft nih. Oke, sesuatu yang besar ini kita belum lihat cuy. Oh my god.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
Oke. Apa lagi? Oh, ini ada. Hah? Tutankhamen.
The so-called mummy of a Persian princess. The defrauders did good work, but missed one small detail. It's the mummy of a man.
Oh, mumia pria. Ada topeng Viking.
And this one was brought from a German museum. They claimed it belonged to Vikings. Nonsense, of course. Vikings never had horns on their helmets.
Ada lagi nggak ya yang bisa kita explore di sini, cuy? Ini udah deh. Apa lagi ya? After examining the cabinet of curiosity, I start remember something from my childhood. Itu ada tulisan apa anjing? Holy shit. Bentar, ini apa nih? Oh, Bingley, West Yorkshire.
1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire.
Mycroft masih hidup kan bang? Tadi tuh kan Mycroft di depan tadi. Salam Rujin. Siapa nih?
This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake.
Foto pun fake. Waalaikumsalam Rujin. Old ladder. Tangga tua. Tangga tua. Last
I
shelf.
used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
Lalu ada apa lagi? Large artifact for
We heard a
view.
noise. I can't recall of exactly what. And we didn't have a great view from behind the statue.
Oh, ini dia. Yang tadi. Tengkorak yang tadi, cuy. Tengkorak mermaid yang tadi. Lalu apa lagi? Buku-buku yang si Otto unstable
Books
position.
and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
Oh, mind place. Let's go guys, let's go. Gua membutuhkan deduksi kalian guys. Mencurigakan sekali ya. Sebenarnya tujuannya masih belum jelas sih. Kita disuruh ngapain, intinya kita cuma mengingat masa lalu ibu kita lah. Halo, istri Steo Haji. Gimana kalau kita mulai dari sini dulu? Oh, ini waktu kecil. Ini si John. Ini kita. Coba kita lihat dulu pelakunya ada siapa aja sih. Apa itu? Mencuri kue. Kayaknya yang ini deh. Karena kan tadi kan kita manjat ya. Oh, ini kita pakai buat main-main. Oh, lempar itu terus sembunyi-sembunyi. Sembunyi-sembunyi. Oh. Apa yang dipegang sama Mycroft tuh? Ini dokter otorikter, coy. Dokter otorikter sama si what the fuck? I don't know man, maybe like this. Soalnya kita diam-diam kan. Coba validate dulu lah.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Oh, salah. Itu yang kertasnya dipecah jadi dua. Yang mana, Gar? Wait. Ah, benar.
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside.
Okay.
Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between you.
Oke, jadi dulu terlibat cekcok antara si dokter otorikter sama Mycroft ya. Jadi si Mycroft tidak membiarkan dokter otorikter ini dekat-dekat lagi ke ibu kita. Karena si kampret ini dia menjadikan ibu kita objek penelitian ya, si anjing. The curious conversation. It all happened shortly after the incident in Violet's room on April 9th. Sherry decided to play with artifact in the cabinet of curiosities, and of course, I went with him. As a result, we became an intentional witness to an argument between Mycroft and Authorictor. Sherlock's brother was angry. He was sure that Dr. Authorictor had done something dubious to their mother, and that it had backfired. He called Otto a charlatan. Jadi waktu pada suatu pagi guys ya, si Sherlock ini tuh lagi pengen main-main di ruangan ini gitu kan. Lalu tiba-tiba secara gak sengaja kita menyaksikan guys kejadian yang marah-marah tadi itu. Dan ya selebihnya kalian lihat sendiri lah ya.
I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out.
Kenapa tiba-tiba ada suara cuy tadi? Hah? More gue. Not very private talk. Hey, the first we have another guest at the manor. I heard a noise from the front door. Ada yang datang cuy. Ada yang datang.
Sherry, look. We've got a parcel here. Hurry up and let's see what's inside.
What? Invitation from Vogel. Oh, di-invite lagi sama si Vogel. Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm waiting for you at Court Manches Mansion on Turquoise LN across from Cordona Bay in Northern Grand Saray. Come at once. If inconvenient, come anyway. Always your friend, Werner Vogel. P.S. I send you the appropriate outfit for this place to avoid any unnecessary complication. I hope it fits.
An invitation that comes with a mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
Apalagi nih guys, misi next misi kah? Cordona Bay. Oh shit. Oh! Sacrificial lamb. Oke, Mother's Love habis guys. Dan ya, kita mulai lagi misi baru Sacrificial Lamb. Ini singkat gue salah satu misi utama juga guys. Coba kita lihat dulu ya. Oh, ini surat yang tadi intinya. Lalu apa yang harus kita lakukan? Harusnya kita ganti baju. Alright. Keren bajunya. Holy shit. I'm so scared. Nih lo biar nggak serem-serem amat pakai yang pink dah, John. Holy shit. Ram banget anjing. Partner Vogel invite me to Court Manches Mansion located on Turquoise LN across from corner Abbey in Northern Grand Sarai. Terus orang ini siapa sih anjing?
Do exercise some restraint, Mr. Holmes. Find the who's and we'll handle the why's.
Alright. Northern Abbey di Jalan Turquoise ya. Grand Sarai. Northern Grand Sarai jalannya Turquoise LN. Okay. Grand Sarai Northern. Cordona Abbey. Tadi Cordona Abbey nggak? Oh ya, across from Cordona Abbey in Northern Grand Sarai. Ini dia. Cordona Abbey. Oh, ini dia Turquoise LN. Inilah dia itu. Alright. Kok jadi Assassin's Creed? Emang gamenya kayak Assassin's Creed sih emang.
Extra, extra! Frosty reception for refugees!
Give me that shit.
Interested in some Cordona news?
Yep, bye.
Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Give me that shit. Sekarang kita ke sana guys. Sacrificial Lamb. Itu misi baru itu. Anjing ada yang jual es dawet ayu bangsat. Mana nih yang jual es dawet ini? Alright. Berarti kita harus masuk ke dalam ruangan ini. Tapi di mana masuknya ya? Ini ada side quest juga ada. Court Mansion. Aduh, gak bisa lewat cuy. Mana ya? Satu lagi jalannya. Seperti yang ini guys. Mana cuy masuknya? Gak pakai topeng bang, tempatnya emang harus pakai topeng. Invite to Court Manchios Mansion located in Turquoise LN across from Cordona Abbey in Northern Grand Sarai. Ya inilah dia ini. Mana cara masuknya ini? Oh. Hah? Kenapa jadi tempat bandit anjing? Ah, malas gue lawan bandit. Ini cari jalan masuknya dulu. Gimana cuy caranya cuy?
Are you able to help me?
I can't help you, friend.
I can't help you, friend. yakin emang lewat situ. Pintu satu-satunya emang di sana sih. Cobain dulu ya. Padilla Grand Sare. Activate challenge for higher reward. Arrest everyone in Silverton Lair to unlock. Arrest everyone in Minor End to unlock. Arrest everyone in Old City Lair to unlock. Gue lupa cara arrestnya gimana ini.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Salah.
No more crime for you until next month.
Apa sih tekannya?
Take this!
Take a rest, my...
The snuff's ready.
No more crime for you until next month.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
I am invincible.
Wait, what?
Take this!
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Can overcome the brute now.
Hebat.
No more crime for you until next month.
Don't cry.
Woi anjing masih ada
Give
cok.
him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming for you.
Banyak banget anjing.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
I'm coming.
Dapat 2 padahal tuh.
Take a rest, my friend.
I'm coming for you.
The snuff's ready.
Woi. Mati kau.
Too simple.
Arrest, arrest. Enemy arrest 12. Oh. Pokoknya dikalahin aja udah arrest sendiri deh. Sebenarnya ada sih tombol arrestnya, cuman gue lupa. What? Enggak anjing, enggak ini, Cok. Info itu the court mentions located on turquoise lord. Oh, oke. Bukan yang ini berarti, cuy. Turquoise.
Hello.
From to court mention located on turquoise. LN across from Cordona Abbey. Cordona Abbey itu yang mana ya? Ini di persimpangan Cordona Abbey. Dari Cordona Abbey, bentar. Main lokasi on turquoise LN across from Cordona Abbey. Across itu melintasi Cordona Abbey kan, berarti bukan di sini anjing. Iya, bukan yang itu mungkin. Ini di anjing legasi Tater nih. Ini gak sih?
Look, the cutest thing you'll see all day. Hamlet staged by children.
Ini kan? My god. Enggak deh. Taruh lu yang mana sih? Yang ini. Mana sih? Oh ini udah skala dio anjing. Udah skala dio anjing, gak mungkin. Fort Manchias Mansion. Kalau bisa lo located on turquoise and across ini gimana sih? Dari dulu guys. Translate. Melintasi Cordona Abbey in Northern Grand Sarai. Iya bener sih anjing. Lokasinya itu di turquoise LN di jalan ini ya. Melintasi Cordona Abbey in Northern Grand Sarai. Mana nih? Sepanjang jalan ini cuma ada 2 ruko. Ruko lagi anjing.
Hi there.
Ini kah? Kal. Ini kah? Bukan anjing, yang mana ya? Coy, nyangkut lagi coy. Mana coy? Melintasi. Ya kalau melintasi antara ini dengan yang ini kan. Oh ini dia anjing, Manchios Mansion. Oh ini dia pestanya. Wah buset, orang-orangnya serem-serem banget bro.
Are you able to help me?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Okay. So fucking creepy. Udah kayak Squid
May
Game
I
anjing.
ask you something? I have nothing to hide, sir, but I've never heard of this.
You obviously haven't thought this all through.
Welcome,
Or are you
sir.
just annoying these
I
people
do
on
hope
purpose?
you enjoy yourself.
Misi baru guys. Partner Vogel invite me to the court Manchester Mansion. Oh ini dia.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
Oke. Ini pesta apa sih ini anjing? Pakai topeng semua. Tapi ada yang seksi. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Really, nigga?
What if I write an article about these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's...
Coba di sini kita misi yang ngapain sih? Yellow Press. John asked me to look for information that he might use to write an article exposing the local elite. Tai.
Elite.
I guarantee we'll have a good time.
Curigakan anjing cowok-cowoknya.
Ah, I know the perfect girl for you.
Kayak pesta seks deh.
You have such pretty hands. What can you do with them?
Wow, perkataannya seru juga.
Hey, handsome, I see that look in your eye.
Oh my god, gay.
You have such pretty hands. What can you do with them?
Oh, don't act like you haven't thought about it, darling.
I know the perfect girl for you.
Oh, I heard the finale will be splendid.
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. Go is it a guess?
Oh, anjing, kirain darah.
Let me see that stallion up close.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I've never heard of it. But I can help you with something else.
Yang duduk siapa?
I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
Oh, ini udah punya istri.
Wanna go somewhere more private?
Wow, diajakin kemana tuh?
Oh, hey, handsome. I see that look in your eyes.
Oh, makin gelap anjing tempatnya.
I guarantee we'll have a good time.
Honey, you feeling lonely? I'll be your friend.
Kisahnya kayak gitu. Oke guys, gue masih belum tahu nih apa-apa ya. Ngomong dulu kali ya.
Are you able to help me?
I have nothing to hide, sir, but I've never heard of this.
Holy
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
Gimana dia tahu kita Sherlock anjing?
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more
Werner.
time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, something to smoke, or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual, a potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
Oh my god. Yang mana nih pilih ya guys? Intinya tadi si Werner Vogel ini nyuruh kita ya coba sesekali jangan malam-malam itu sendirian gitu kan, di rumah gede dengan penuh ingatan-ingatan melankolik gitu ya kan. Disuruh bersenang-senang kita guys. Terus that would be reckless, that would be pointless. Yang mana yang betul nih? Kayak sama aja sih. Atas.
My mind is my most valuable asset, and a finely tuned instrument I will not risk impeding its function. My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next? Visit the victims? Ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
Yang mana guys? Kalau gue pribadi sih I'd rather take it for study. Tapi kalau si Sherlock sih pasti milihnya I won't need it. Yang mana? Yang mana? Mana cuy? I'd rather take it for study. Bebas dah, udah. Gue ini lah.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then perhaps it would be puerile to overlook an opportunity to study it. I'll take it with me.
Yes, Sherlock. Very good. And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute.
Oh my god, malah dikasih kunci kita cuy.
Let Fabio speak for himself.
Gue lebih kepengen gue mendengar suara orang lagi enak-enak kayaknya. Kok kayak mendengar ada yang suara enak-enak gitu ya? Fogel testimony. Fogel gave me a key so I could talk someone named Fabio in the altar room. Oke. Ih, gue gak bisa masuk, coy. Gak ada orang gak dalamnya? Gak ada orang anjing. Yang ini gak ada. Guys, kita inspeksi dulu guys. John asked me to find interesting scoop on the local elite. Gue mau cari cewek dulu. Mana yang cewek?
Wanna go somewhere more private?
Kurang ada kunci.
Let me see that stallion up close.
Oh, ini kah?
Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
Anjing, gue dari tadi ada mendengar suara enak-enak anjing. Gue pengen lihat. Ini library kan? Ya bener itu tadi ruangannya.
These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult ones. Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with their feelings. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Codex Orchis.
Why does this occult book sound like a flower?
Gue masih penasaran. John asked me to find an interesting scope on the local elite. Yang apa? Disuruh cari apa maksudnya itu guys?
Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
Bangsat.
And you still need a crack despite being ethereal.
Do you know what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it? Do you know what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it?
Find out the eerie history of the mansion. Before Mencius family, the mansion was owned by an occultist architect. He dedicated his life to conducting a powerful ritual from the Forgotten Tomb. Dia mendedikasikan hidupnya untuk conducting a powerful ritual from the Forgotten Tomb. But the ordinary magic circles proved too weak for it. That was why he built this mansion. A keen eye might notice that its shapes correspond with certain magical symbol, and some walls have cavities. One day, the architect simply disappeared. An ash stain on the floor was all that remained. Perhaps he was successful in his endeavor. Wow, seram banget
That's what I
anjing.
like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more piece, and I can expose these base hedonists.
Alright. Udah gak ada lagi nih kan? Oh, ini ruangan tadi ya. Oke, jadi intinya kita ke sini ya. Let's go. Oke, ada lukisan di kiri kanan. I don't know. Lukisan ini lukisan apa? Kuping satu kali lagi. Belum, mana ada kocak kuping siapa? Iya ada lagi cuy. John asked me before Manchester family. Ini dia. Iya ini masih ada cuy. What the fuck? GG, John?
You should sit next to me and wait to be served.
You have such pretty hands. What can you do with
Honey, you feeling lonely? I'll be your friend.
Nanchio's had to enforce the masks after the scandal.
Okay. Oh my god, nggak cukup waktu ya.
Nanchio's had to enforce the masks after the scandal.
Oh gagal lagi. Oh, oke. Ini gua harus cari yang benar.
Nanchio's had to enforce the masks after the scandal.
Someone was sick. Too ugly without a mask. Political crisis. Too poor to attend. Lost bed. Fire after incident. Offended the just unsafe. Sitting room. Political crisis. Fire. Oke.
Nanchio's had to enforce them.
Oh. babi. Bentar, salah. Long lagi, Cuk.
Nancho's had to enforce.
Kurang ya anjing.
Nancho's had to enforce.
Yellow press. People describe a scandal from a various previous party. Past Governor Cowden was found in by his wife to be a Prussian duchess in the company of young men. Although the marriage was intended to be a political one, the emotions of the Dutch were real. The incident instigated a political clash between Cordona and Prussia. Although there were only few notes on the progress the governor. Oke, ada gubernur
I'll
di sini.
pin them down, this scoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Oke. Gosip doang anjing. Right. Mantunya.
Do not distract me. It's not easy to play blindfolded.
What? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What the fuck is this? Sacrificial
My
lamb?
God. Was he here this whole time?
Ini kasih Fabio guys. Pantas anjing namanya sacrificial lamb, domba pengorbanan anjing.
A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage.
Okay. Oh, ini ada tato. Tato cover sama
This
mark.
crude tattoo partially covers a slave
mantan
branding.
budak. Dia budak dulunya.
This golden handle has a blood stain on it.
Tuh di dekat ujung pegangannya, di dekat pegangannya ada darah.
The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance.
Oke. Jadi ada ini segel
This
QB.
worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it.
Oke, si korban megang ini kuat-kuat katanya.
The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. He died right here.
Langsung ini ya, langsung meninggal guys.
The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
Oh shit, menggigit. Oh! Kaget gua anjing.
Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts. But I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right. Pull yourself together, Werner.
Oh ya, ini yang mana nih? About night like this. Who is Mr. Mason? Oh, ini kita nanya ya. Nanya dulu.
What is it about these nights that you were so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Was anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death.
Kita tanya, siapa Mr. Mancios?
Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties.
Oh, dia suka
He
ini,
promises even
ngadain
the
party.
ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
Okay. How did you find the body?
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
Filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
Apakah kau mengenal korbannya?
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
The police know nothing?
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
Alright. Tell me about the ritual.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil. Not this travesty that seems straight out the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's
Enggak,
one of
Sherlock.
Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
Apakah ruangannya terbuka?
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
Oke. Jadi waktu itu apakah pintunya terkunci Jadi waktu dia masuk itu pintunya awalnya terkunci. Ada kunci dari dalam gitu. Jadi dia nggak bisa masukin kunci dia. Setelah 1 jam kemudian baru kebuka. Oke, sekarang kita keliling dulu coy. What is this?
This oil has a slight aroma of flowers and olive. The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony.
Alright.
This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus drawn in a hurry.
Ini simbol Venus. Ini simbol Mars. This masterfully forged dagger is heavy and unbalanced, but sharp. Oke. Aku belum mau masuk ke sana dulu. Kita ke sini dulu coy. Holy shit, what is this? Itu beruang betulan kan biasanya kan? Apa nih?
Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion.
Banyak rokok ya. Oh, ada rokok yang masih hidup. Oh, ada bercak darah.
An open wound spoiled the carpet.
Ada bercak darah.
Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
Nggak tahu gak apa. Mana ya? 3/4 cuy. Oh, ini mau. Oh, ada darah.
A sturdy bottle met a not so sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened.
Smoking lounge. Anjing ngantuk gue nih. Kayaknya bakal tidur cepat hari ini guys. Dipukul pakai botol. Kalau dipukul pakai botol harusnya pecah gak sih? Kalian harus sering-sering ngajak gue ngobrol guys. Kalau nggak gue ngantuk anjing. Kalau dipukul pakai botol kan harusnya ini ya, pecah kan botolnya kan. Tapi ada bekas botol di sana yang satu kegeser gitu. Wait, what? Dressing room.
The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain.
Bisa jadi ya. Bisa jadi ya, tapi kenapa juga gitu? Abis dipukul atau orangnya dipukul di sana baru dibawa ke ini? Orangnya dipukul di sana baru dibawa ke altar tadi. Oke, ada kostum yang hilang. White handprint.
Identical to the robes the guests are wearing.
White handprint. Basah. Oke.
This is a different ritual.
Ritual skenario beda. I found a scenario if some sort of ritual with remark written in the beginning. It says, read and rehearse this rite. Mentions the naked woman lies on the altar on a bed of flower, symbolizing Mother Gaia, the one who leads the ritual will the body of the woman to awaken her inner fertility. Participants should chant at this moment and call for the man who can please Mother Gaia. Then the man who will impersonate the principle of life might come to engage in sexual contact with her. Oh, berarti ini ritual yang ini guys, yang di altar guys. Jadi ada kita harus membawa cewek telanjang ya, direbahkan dia di altar itu. Ini guys ya, supaya mensimbolisasikan modern gaya. Lalu orang yang membawa oilnya tadi itu, yang di depan tadi itu harus seorang cowok yang bisa memuaskannya nanti. Oh gitu. Oh iya Razib telat. Halo Syahka. Man chestnut. Jangan abaikan pengunjung Matista dan berhenti membosankan mereka. Mereka nggak mau mendengar tentang kebodohanmu. Mereka ingin merasakan betapa cantiknya engkau dan how generous you can be toward them. Kau ada di sini itu untuk memuaskan dan menghibur mereka, menghibur hidup. Ingat, setiap pengunjung membayar membayar kau yang mahal ya, Manches.
How can anyone accept such behavior?
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal.
Oke. Berarti ceweknya si Fabio ini tadi guys. For my Fabio.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Manchos.
For my Fabio, Manchos. I feel kayak rada gay gitu gak sih dia?
Would you recognize me in one of these? I suppose not.
The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
Ini kunci si Fabio kah?
The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me.
Kuncinya sama dengan yang dikasih Vogel ke aku. Kalau gitu dia ada 2 kunci nih. Pantas tadi dikunci dari dalam.
Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set.
Sebelum sama Fabio itu cewek emang anggota komunitas itu ya. Kayaknya sama dengan Fabio. Cewek-cewek penghibur yang di depan itu tadi kayaknya. Okay. Ha!
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains.
Bajunya sama tapi situ ada bercak darah ya.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains.
Malam Radisa. Sekarang Matistanya mana nih? Right? A private room where guests can smoke in comfort. There were droplets of blood in the cup. One bottle stained with blood was lying in the floor. This dressing room. This room store various decoration, costume, and set. Someone used the pitcher of water recently. The water drain has traces of washed blood. One of the guests might have taken the robe from here. Okay.
This elaborate box.
Ini minyak ini.
This oil has. The ointment smells. Mouse. The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony.
You've got a lot to do, Sherlock.
Apalagi ya detail yang kurang cuy.
The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol of Mars.
These crime scenes always outdo my imagination. These crime scenes always outdo my
Lagi apa yang
imagination.
kurang cuy? Udah. Apa yang kurang nih guys? A scenario of ritual. Oh coba diganti ini dulu kali ya.
This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
Oke. Skenario of ritual. A prefer room where gas can smell. There were a droplet of blood. A wine bottle stand with blood was lying for. Mana lagi kita ya?
Wanna go somewhere more private?
I see that.
Kunci yang baru tadi buat apa? Gak tahu gua. Kuncinya sama dengan yang kita punya. Oh, itu dia. Ada jejak tangan berdarah di sini.
A person leaned against the door frame. They left a smudged trail of blood.
Gue dengar ada suara air tadi. Goblok. Oke. Smeared blood.
A bloody handprint on an armchair.
Darah lagi. Oh, ada bercak darah lagi. A dozen drops of
The
blood.
wounded person was here for some time. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Okay.
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
Let's go. Gimana, guys? Alright, yang paling pertama mungkin di sini dulu kali ya. Tadi pertama kita mikirnya si Fabio ini dipukul dulu kan. Nah, gini kan. Ini Fabio dipukul atau itu pakai apa, cuy? Oh, itu pakai dagger. Enggak mungkin ditusuk dulu nggak sih? Tapi dia berceceran loh darahnya. Atau pukul dulu. Coba deh, pukul dulu. Enggak. Kalau berseret kayak gini, kelihatan dong jejaknya. Tapi menurut gue yang benar ini sih tuh, dia megang jejak tangan tuh. Kalau yang ini jejak tangan jempolnya di kiri, coy. Nah. Gue pakai wine terus diseret. Welcome, Togi. Oh, cuci tangan dari sini. Oh, wait. Kayaknya ini setelah itu deh. Dibawa ke sini. Baru di sini gak sih? Dibawa ke altar. Dipukul. Ini lebih ke arah ditusuk, situ dicekek. Jadi diseret sini baru ditusuk ya kan. Habis ditusuk dia masuk ke sini. Lalu dia buang baju di situ. Ini Fabio yang buang baju. Nah, ini pelakunya. Nah, lalu di sini dia cuci tangan kan? Lalu masih ada kan yang kurang? Kayak masih ada yang kurang ya? Oh, itu masih ada lagi. Oh, yang terakhir. Yeay, berhasil sekali coba.
Used as a weapon during a scuffle in the
Dia
smoking
pukul pakai
lounge.
botol.
Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door.
Dia kunci pintunya.
The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room.
Dipindahin
Once
ke
the
altar.
body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
Alright,
I think I know what happened here.
main press dulu. Sacrificial lamb. Wah, tiba-tiba banyak anjing. Secret terms of Fabio dead. Fabio has a golden ritual dagger in his chest, a sigil on the stomach and symbol on the wall drawn blood. Fabio died in the altar. Fabio was sacrificed on the altar during an occult ritual. Oke, dia dikorbankan. Fabio was killed in ritual murder. Then the room was locked and unlocked. Fabio carried untouched. Ini sacrificial lamb. The murderer was in possession. Si pembunuh was in possession of key to the altar room and locked the door. Right? Fabio was assaulted nearby in a room. Fabio was killed in a ritual murder. The ritual was a cover. The ritual was staged. It was a cover for the true murder or motive. Yang mana yang betul, guys? Fabio ini dibunuh demi ritual atau sebenarnya ritual ini cuman ica-ica aja, guys? Cuman bohongan doang untuk melakukan pembunuhan yang sebenarnya. Coba dulu ya, ini dulu ya. The ritual was cover. Apa ini? Novi cuman teman. The murderer attacked Fabio in his smoking lounge, striking his head with a wine bottle. It's clear the murderer had a key. If I find out who had the key in the altar room, I'll shrink the circle of the suspect. Oke. Kita harus cari dulu siapa-siapa aja orang yang punya kunci.
I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
Well, provide evidence. Kunci.
The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars. You can't miss him. But please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry.
Oke, jadi kita harus tanya dulu siapa aja yang punya kunci ke dalam ruangan ini sama Mr. Manchios ya. Sama Mr. Manchios, guys. Nah, si Manchios itu yang pakai topeng emas. Udah jelas yang udah pernah kita tanya tadi yang duduk ini, guys. Nih. Gak mungkin bukan dia, anjing.
I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
Bukan, deng. Bukan, deng. This one?
Kurt Manchios, I presume. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Okay, what about Fabio?
Did you know Fabio well?
People are starting to look at us, Sherlock. Change the subject. I can't believe what happened to him. To me. Such an atrocity. Think what it means for me. A wonderful evening for so many good, influential, and rich people has been ruined. I have betrayed all my promises of exotic delights.
I don't understand. Surely a murder would affect your reputation to a greater extent.
Please, isn't this why you are here? I thought you were a silent magician. Do your tricks and make it go away.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Wait, Santos!
Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
Di mana aku bisa menemukan Santos dan Matista?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining a guest somewhere, and Santos, oh yes, he will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on? Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
Hah? Kenapa tiba-tiba ada polisi? Wih, kenapa tiba-tiba ada polisi, coy? Halo, S. Kenapa tiba-tiba ada polisi, cok? Kita ditangkap, cuy.
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologize for the inconvenience. Your Grace.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we had Vogel in his letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
You knew my mother?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
Yang mana ya? Perhaps we can negotiate. Yang mana? Yang mana, guys? Yang mana, cuy? Perhaps we can negotiate. You must help me. Ya, gue juga atasnya.
Perhaps we can negotiate. I could be quite useful.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
Work, evidence collect. Terus kita disuruh ngapain lagi nih? Police investigation. The police arrest me during the raid on Manchester Mansion. Constable Oswald freed me. He said he can find the document relating to my mother's death in exchange for help in solving this case. I agreed. Constable Oswald will be in the archive during my investigation. He left everything he has for the case on the table. Impersonate Vogel. Vogel is under arrest since he is one of the primary suspect. Hah? Oke. Terus kita kemana dong? Main place dulu ya. The murder claim is herself. Pinchetti is majordomo. As a majordomo, Santos Pinchetti has unlimited access to every room in the mansion. Oh. Fabio received expensive cufflink as a present for Mencius. Ini kemana lagi cuy? Report number 6260. Following a report witness of the satanic ritual who claimed to have found a body, the right on the Mencius mansion was granted. It resulted in the arrest of multiple suspects and the dispersal of the group in mass and robs caught in acts of gross indecency and unnatural behavior. The body of the victim was found lying on altar with knife wound in his chest. The officer identified the victim, Fabio, 20, a local performer and artist. Arrest suspect, Werner Vogel. Werner Vogel had a letter of an insulting nature in his possession which had been written by the victim. He claims to have found the body. He is infamous for his eccentric personality. Sherlock Holmes carried a murder weapon, a dagger with the victim blood, and other items of evidence. He was invited by another suspect, Werner Vogel, presumably to obstruct the official investigation. Mencius, the owner of the mansion and organizer of the satanic party, paid the victim to participate in the ritual. He had access to the crime scene. Batista, Fabio, partner and participant in the ritual, tried to escape, resisted arrest on the boat with description of the ritual performed in the altar room. Some of the guests are temporarily detained for further questioning.
Back on track to solve the case.
Oke. Lumayan banyak ini cuy. Banyak bukti. The provider of this sticker has permission to inspect all evidence. Nomor 6260. Oke. Kayaknya kita bisa masuk tanya-tanya deh. Witness deposition. I, Santos Pinchetti, am a witness, adalah orang yang menyaksikan siapa yang melaporkan suspicion of murder and Mencius mentioned in Grand Sarai. During preparation for the social party, I heard loud noise from the closed altar room. Immediately, I thought of the sacrifice of a living being and overfed by none other than Kurt Mencius. There was blood on the walls, strength symbol and dagger in the heart. As soon as I was able to think clearly, I rushed to the police station to report my finding. Oh, jadi yang laporin itu si Santos. The station responded to this position by sending a patrol, while the witness left the station and went home. Malam. Jadi yang kenapa tiba-tiba lapor ini si ini guys.
Look, I found Werner.
This area is restricted.
Siapa kau?
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
Anjing, Matista tuh begini.
Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Matista, ya itu nama yang ada di dalam tubuh ini gitu. Suatu hari bakal jadi kayak Fabio juga kan. Condolences atau his end was predictable. Yang mana guys? Yang mana cuy?
Really, nigga?
Bawah. Condolences itu ya berduka lah ya. Berduka.
Please accept my condolences for your friend.
Thank you.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
Wah, kita observe dulu. Holy shit.
Really, nigga?
Kayak gini katanya cantik anjing. Cantik dari mana bangsa? Blood-filled bruises. Oke, di sekitar lehernya ada bekas apa nih? Blood-filled bruises. Bekas darah guys di sana. Primitive occult tattoo. Dia nulis sendiri. Wah, ini tangannya udah jelas sih kena ini. Self-inflict all and healing cuts. Kayaknya dia sering ini lukai diri sendiri. Beaten nails, nervous gini, gigit jari dia, gigit jari. Ada tato budak. Burn mark infected with branding iron. Tato budak cuy. Tackle scars, all and barely visible. Udah luka lama. Oke. Matista the performer and Fabio partner has had difficult life. Punya hidup yang berat ya. She was branded and enslaved while still a child. Dulu dia waktu kecil itu dijadikan budak. While enslaved, ketika waktu dia jadi budak itu dia ketemu Fabio gitu ya kan. Karena ini ya, branding mereka tuh sama ya, sama-sama slave, sama-sama budak. Luka lama adalah hasil dari hasil perbudakan dia ya. Dia lalu melanjutkan continue to be haunted by this traumatic experience. Lalu selanjutnya dia bakal ini guys, dihantui rasa trauma itu, pengalaman trauma itu, mengerikan itu ya. Dia punya ini ya, ketertarikan terhadap mistik, sesuatu hal yang mistik. Karena dia mempunyai tato di badannya dengan simbol okult ya. Matista mencoba untuk ini melampaui masa lalunya. And the life of performer seems to be an opportunity to her earn money. Punish herself for the past. Atau Matista seems to be pragmatic about her body after years of abuse. She sells herself to the guests who do whatever they want to her. She is not afraid to step over the line. Also, Matista marked her body with ink. She has genuine interest in mystic since she has karena dia punya tato. Matista ini mencoba untuk menghilangkan masa lalunya dan hidup sebagai performer hanyalah kesempatan untuk mendapatkan uang. Sementara yang pilihan kedua, Matista sepertinya mempunyai pragmatic about her body after years of abuse. She sells herself. Yang mana yang benar nih? Dia lalu menjual dirinya kepada penonton ya, yang lalu bebas melakukan apa aja terhadap dirinya guys. Yang mana? Atas kah? Atas atau bawah? Atas atau bawah? Tatonya mirip darah yang di altar tadi. Tato ini masalahnya dia gambar sendiri. Kayak yang di atas ya.
Fabio and yourself were slaves, am I correct? You have a similar branding on your body.
Yes. It was a long time ago.
Couldn't help but also notice fresh cuts upon your forearms.
The cuts helped me to forget my past, to cover the old wounds and hide them.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Cordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
Lalu di mana kau mendapatkan bekas luka itu yang di leher ya?
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite. Sometimes.
Menggigit anjing. Fine place. The murder claims Fabio was assaulted by neighbor. Pinchetti is majordomo. As a majordomo, Santos Pinchetti is unlimited access to prevention. Vogel is held because of the letter. Batista activity at the party. Batista has fresh bruises. Batista suffered bruises on her body from brutal interaction with the guests during the party. Jadi waktu dia mendapatkan luka itu waktu pesta ya, waktu terjadi pesta. Okay. Pinchetti is a suspect. Ya, jadi si Pinchetti itu yang melaporkan ke polisi ya. Sementara dia punya semua kartu, punya semua kuncinya. Jadi suspek udah. Kita ketemu Santos. Belum. Oke, kita udah dengar keterangan dari sini. Sekarang kita dengar keterangan Santos, guys.
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Oh, ini Mr.
Be
Manchios.
quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors. Although I don't mind meeting young officers, the new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the Boers again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy after all.
I need to examine you first.
Okay, observe. Kita cek dulu, guys. Oh, dia pakai makeup. Otak doang anjing, udah tua pakai makeup. Red spot, rash from exposure to higher dye. Okay. Soap under fingernail. Oh, ada bekas sabun. Wash hand in a hurry. Mencuci tangan dengan cepat. Mencurigakan. Mencurigakan, cuy. Kenapa dia mencuci tangan menggunakan sabun dengan terburu-buru? Quality polish letter, lastly expensive, mahal. Kurt Manchios is extremely rich, sangat kaya ya, eccentric dan frivolous. Dia adalah si organizer pesta yang ada di Cordona ya. Dan dia yang mempunyai Manchios Mansion. Dia menghabiskan hidupnya in company similar over the privileged people. Bagaimanapun, however, Mr. Manchios berharap untuk menyembunyikan umur aslinya dari partisipan muda di pesta. He is concerned with aging to the point where he use makeup and hair dye to look younger. Anjing, dia pakai makeup untuk terlihat lebih muda, cuy. Apa iya? Dia menggunakan makeup untuk terlihat lebih muda atau he is being sociable in this manner has made him cautious regarding his health. He used chemical and hair dye to clean and improve himself to extend that it the max his skin. However, yang mana, guys? However, his being sociable in this manner has made him cautious regarding his health. He used chemical and hard dye to clean and improve himself to the extent that it damage his skin. Gue gak yakin ya, bahwa gue yakin yang di atas kan.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
Provide evidence apa ya? Kemana cuy?
That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that.
You bought an expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protégé and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
All right.
You'd better ask someone else. I've no idea about that. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that. That's not something I know much about. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that.
Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Manchiot?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police.
I'd like to know more about the event.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
Kenapa kau menginvite si Vogel?
Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
I suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party.
Siapa aja yang kau invite?
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true laborers, I see.
Ya orang mencurigakan banget. Ya seperti apa berupa Fabio?
What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits? Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
Ini orang rada gay.
Expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others. for his services.
Oke. Kita ada ketemu Mr. Mancios. Suara gue jelas gak guys? Atau kekecilan? Court Mancios is superbly clean. Court Mancios carefully prepared himself for the depravity. Mencurigakan sih. Bentar. Fabio bruised Matista. During their fight in the smoking lounge, Fabio bruised Matista. Matista was bruised by the gaze. Gue kok agak curiga di sini ya. Matista was bruised by the gas. Matista mendapatkan luka itu dari brutal interaction dengan pengunjung selama party. Menurut gue mencurigakan guys. Gimana kalau Fabio yang mencekeknya? Fabio yang mencekek Matista guys. Untuk sementara itu dulu ya. Court Manches had a feeling for Fabio. Court Manches set him up for debauchery. Court Manches carefully prepared himself for the depravity. Manches was himself after the murder. Wow. Court Manches cleaned himself of blood after Fabio murder. Tadi ada adegan cekek gak guys? I don't know man, sementara aja dulu nih. Guestbook. Cuman gebuk motor sama cowok. Nah ini ruangan kita tadi kan? Mana sih?
This area is restricted.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What did you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with the constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
I wouldn't lie for you.
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope.
Provide evidence.
I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I can't follow you here. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I can't follow you here. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you?
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
Alright. I asked Vogel about Santos Pinchetti, but he has no idea who the man is. Dia nggak tahu. Berarti Santos Pinchetti ini nggak ada di sini, cuy. Lagi di mana dia nih kalau gitu?
Could you help me?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Kita laporkan dulu guys ke constable guys kayaknya guys.
Don't look at them. They'll serve us if necessary.
Oh, ini dia. Apa ya?
You'd better ask me a question I know how to answer. I've nothing to say about this.
Miru. Ah, ke sel 7.
I'll visit you later.
Satu. Masih lama ke tamatnya? Masih sih harusnya. 4 3 6 5 8 7. Gak bisa masuk, coy. Tanya soal Santos.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Ini baru kunci ini nih. Santos awas unpleasant in interrogation room 7. Oh, baru. You are Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Observe. Santos. Inflamed skin, psoriasis or allergy. Oke. Kulitnya rada terbakar gitu, cuy. Jaketnya dipermak berulang kali ya. Dyed textile, colored more than once. Diwarnain ulang, cuy. Blood splatter. Dia nginjak darah, cuy. Santos Pinchetti is the head servant at the Manches mansion. Despite being employed at the highest position within the household, he appears to be poor. Despite having enough money, Mr. Pinchetti spends as little of it as possible. Cheap makeup hides imperfection on his body in an attempt to look more modern. Mr. Pinchetti has dyed his suit on several occasions to save even more money. The majordomo appears to have personally repaired multiple holes in the suite. Santos Pinchetti is the head. His body shows symptoms of psoriasis. Mr. Pinchetti hides the skin under layer of makeup. The majordomo suite had multiple holes that had been patched or sewn. To renovate the suite's look, Mr. Pinchetti has died. Despite having enough money, Mr. Pinchetti spent as little bit as possible. Cheap makeup hides imperfection of body in an attempt to look more modern. To save even more, the majordomo appears to have personally repaired multiple holes. Menurut gue ini guys, has financial difficulties. Jadi dia ini miskin, dia tahu si Fabio itu banyak duit, makanya dia bunuh. Simpelnya gitu gak sih? Udah ngambil box yang ada loket lobby belum. Menurut gue yang ini ya, gak ada duit dia. Atas atau bawah guys? Atas atau bawah hoi? Miskin kan? Bener kan?
You are the majordomo of a rich mansion, and you seem barely able to afford decent clothing. You hide under heavy makeup a skin disease that might be treated with more onerous but less harmful means. Do you have money troubles?
I do not have a lot of means. The pay is below what you might expect.
But you could easily change your job if your employer does not meet your elementary needs.
One can change his employer, that is true.
And the blood on your shoe, where does that come from?
Darah di kakimu itu datang dari mana?
I don't actually know. Perhaps from a guest.
Apakah kau mengenal si korban?
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always Fabio-centric.
Pesta itu selalu Fabio-centric.
And Batista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
Oh, alright. Sacrificial lamb. Pinchetti accidentally stepped in blood. Santos Pinchetti might have stepped in the blood while discovering the crime scene. Or mana guys? Pinchetti missed the blood splatter. Santos Pinchetti failed to notice the blood stain on the side of his shoe while cleaning himself after the murder. Pinchetti accidentally stepping in blood. Santos Pinchetti might have stepped in blood while discovering the crime scene. Yang mana guys menurut kalian guys? Apakah si Pinchetti ini, si Santos ini cuman kena kakinya doang gitu, nggak sengaja, atau ini dia telat nyadari bahwa di kakinya itu ada bekas darah gitu guys? Mana menurut kalian guys? Tapi dia berkata jujur tadi ya waktu dia bilang ya dia bayarannya kurang gitu, bayarannya kurang. Menurut gue ini ya gak sengaja. Kayaknya kena imbasnya doang dengan kanan. Menurut gue pembunuhnya si Mr. Manchios. Jadi Mr. Mancios ini ceritanya dia pelit guys. Ceritanya dia pelit, buktinya kalau dia memang sekaya itu dan dermawan, si Pinchetti ini dapat bayaran lebih gitu. Dan dia terlalu kalau pestanya itu terlalu Fabio-centric. Artinya berpusat ke si Fabio. Terus dia nggak menganggap si Matista ini tuh karyawan yang layak gitu. Dia cuma nge-hire Matista ini karena Fabio pengen. Tapi kalau gitu ngapain dia bunuh Fabio ya? Atau si Pinchetti ini sebenarnya pembunuhnya? Pinchetti itu dia pembunuhnya, terus dia ngelapor sendiri gitu. Taruh dulu ya, masih bisa kita lanjut dulu guys.
I know you can untangle this mess.
Ambil barang-barang dulu kali ya.
I know I can handle the news.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Did you hear, Basilio?
Would you like to report a crime?
Mana?
Did you hear Basilio Capello is in jail? A dead body was found in his showroom.
Ayo. Insiden at Capello Company. Siapa lagi nih anjing? Ini apa lagi anjing? Oke, sama-sama cukup. Enggak anjing. Ya apa sih?
Did you hear?
Then my curiosity has been piqued by thought that Basilio Capello, the owner of the famous armor Capello home security company, has been arrested. His situation quite peculiar. A man named Niccolo Detti has been found dead inside a safe in Basilio's store. Basilio claimed innocence, but the evidence against him. Ini kayak beda kasus deh.
Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We can just stand around and
beda
look
kasus
confused.
Good day. Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
Ini tiket ini. Nih, evidence ticket.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah, a ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second. I'll bring it to the table.
Oke, periksa dulu cuy. Ini ada
All
kunci.
the keys of the mansion on one golden ring.
Pasti punya si siapa namanya? Santos.
A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner.
KM? Kurt Mancios dong.
It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone.
Berarti ini punya Mancios guys. Oh ya, Kurt Mancios bener. Yang ini punyanya cewek itu tadi, Niba.
Her key to the altar room. A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings. That's not for bedtime reading.
The power of love, blood, and mandrake.
This ex libris belongs to Mancio's library.
Oh, dibawa dari Mancius. The police found this occult book in Matista bag during the arrest. According to the ex libris, the tome was taken from Mr. Mancius' collection. It contains illustration and description of ritual similar to the crime scene. Prepare the naked body of recently deceased object of interest. Draw symbols of Mars and Venus to enhance the power you possess. To use the force of male and female nature. Pierce his heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. Draw a symbol representing your love while waiting for the resurrection. Recite the charm. What? Guys, kenapa Matista punya buku yang isinya sesuai dengan kejadian, guys? What?
The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room.
Vogel, the letter is that found in Vogel evidence. Is your mind unsound? You can control your bitterness. Not around me anyway. For me, it's too great risk to ignore that kind of behavior. I can be, speak, and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Matista. You pay me, but you haven't bought me. Of course, I'll keep all your generous donation, even though they hardly compensate for your last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you, although Matista will still be around. Fabio. Bro, surat ini ketemunya di kotaknya si Vogel. Is your mind unsound? You can control your bitterness. Not around me anyway. For me, it's too great a risk to ignore that kind of behavior. I can be, speak, and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Matista. You pay me, but you haven't bought me. Of course, I'll keep all your generous donation, even though they hardly compensate for your last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you, although Matista will still around. Fabio. Terus Fabio ini ngasih surat ke siapa, guys? Ngasih surat ke Vogel.
Not the time for privacy.
What? Anjing, ada suntikan titan.
An emergency kit for boredom. Werner's personal sketchbook. Thank you, officer.
Kalau berganti sama moderator. Hah. Not gonna happen, dude. Gimana, guys? Letter from Fabio. The letter is that found in Vogel evidence mode. Is your mind unsound? The power of love, blood, and mandrake. Kayaknya kita harus ngomong lagi ke sini ya, si Niba ya. Angry letter from Fabio. In his letter, Fabio mentioned numerous gifts that he kept as the price for his nerve.
Help me, please.
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
May I ask for your assistance?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking? About what and dressed as what?
Yo, I need to ask you something, bitch. Ini apa maksudnya?
This book, The Power of Love, Blood, and Mandrake, what do you hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so.
Okay.
This is the letter the police found in Mr. Vogel's pocket. Fabio wrote it. Do you know anything about it?
I don't. Although I can feel Fabio's energy. It's there, but it refuses to let me analyze it.
Kau mempelajari occultism.
Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted
Fabio
him to be with
menjauh.
me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
Tuh, si Fabio tuh makin lama makin menjauh, cuy. Terus ini kenapa ada darah-darah ya? Oke, apalagi nih? Matista trust in the occult over Fabio. Alright. Kasus ini bikin gua makin menarik. Ada tegak lagi, coy. Matista trust in the occult over Fabio. Matista percaya kalau occultism dan kekuatannya membawa Fabio itu lebih dekat kepada dia ya. Matista may have used a ritual on Fabio. Matista may have performed the ritual on Fabio to bring his love back. Is it? Bangsat, ini ketiga-tiganya masih punya chance gede buat ngebunuh ya.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
She didn't ask me. How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were inspiration for the rituals you performed?
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage to show some of the forbidden pleasures.
Judging by Kurt Manch's reaction, he hadn't permit to Matista to take it. Oke, jadi melihat reaksi dari si Mancios ya, dia nggak suka nih si Matista ngambil sebenarnya.
I've read this letter from Fabio. It had no addressee, but it was found in Mr. Vogel's pocket.
Werner? Strange. I didn't think the two of them corresponded.
I'm sure there is some explanation. Would you care to read it?
Call me superstitious, but I don't care to read a letter from a dead man.
Right. Mari kita ke Vogel. Kenapa kau punya surat ini, ha?
I don't think I can tell you anything about
Nih,
this.
kenapa kau punya?
So, the police found a letter from Fabio in your pocket?
I cannot tell if it was truly in my pocket at all. Perhaps it was placed there later.
Well, that is one hypothesis. If it were true, then how did it get there?
No clue. But this night has been rather eccentric. Such a detail could have easily eluded me.
Indeed. Do you recall reading it?
I can't remember that either. But I tend to respect privacy. Reading others' personal notes is not one of my perversities.
Bisa jadi kata si Vogel ada yang ngeletakin nih habis kejadian.
Please let me out.
Please. And now what? I don't know, man. Casebook. He doesn't know how Fabio letter got into his pocket. He didn't. I asked Vogel about Santos Mijete, but he has no idea who the man was. Kayak Vogel emang gak terlibat sih. Matista had an occult book in her possession with the description of the ritual that's similar to the crime scene. He mentions the use of white magic to bring back Fabio.
I know I can handle the news. I know I can handle the news.
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Apalagi ya? Apalagi coy?
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
I'm busy. You've already used up your quota of me helping you.
Excuse me, just one question.
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Oh.
So much work, so little time.
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'd tell you if I knew, but unfortunately, I don't.
Musiknya nggak kegedean. Dari segitu dah dulu.
I know I can handle the news.
Terus gimana ya kelanjutannya?
I can't wrap my head around such a tragedy at my party.
Please let me out. Please let me out.
The air here is rather refreshing. I'd even recommend that some of my friends visit the place.
Mana cuy? Ini aja belum selesai, nggak bisa milih coy. What the fuck?
Are you done yet? Can I leave?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Fuck, how man? Mana ya? Oh, ini belum kita sus nih.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these.
Oke, surat. Court matches will and not. A small note attached to the will says, Santos, my hopeful slug, you begged me to include you in my will, so I did. Here's my latest revision of the will, Kurt. Text of the will under the note. Santos Pinchetti, the majordomo of the Mencius mansion, received a jar of mustache wax and salt lamp, that he might always remember his caring employer Kurt Mencius. Huh? One attached to the will says, Santos, my hopeful slug, you begged me to include you my will, so I did. My will ini maksud di sini apa ya? Here's my latest revision of the will. Will itu kan tekad. The text of the will be under the note. Santos Pinchetti, the majordomo of the Mencius mansion, received a jar of the mustard wax and a salt lamp, that he might always remember his caring employer, Kurt Mencius. The fuck is that?
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a majordomo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love, cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a majordomo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers. While he wastes our estate's property on decadent parties, he paid Fabio handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
Oh my god, ketahuan gak sih siapa yang bunuh di sini? Ketahuan gak sih yang bunuh siapa yang di sini? Mr. Pinchetti want to inherit Mencius property. He believed that his uncle, Mr. Mencius, does not appreciate his effort and dedication. Kurt Mencius gave Fabio expensive gift. Oh, nih. Kurt Mencius had feeling for Fabio. What this? Mencius mocked Pinchetti. Mencius gave Fabio expensive gift. Nih. According to Santos Pinchetti and by the content of the letter, it might have been addressed to Kurt Mencius. Oh, surat tadi guys, surat marah-marah Fabio tadi itu untuk si Mencius. Alright. Mencius mocked Pinchetti. Ah, nih. Santos Pinchetti effort in vain. Pinchetti has been forced to work for Kurt Mencius to desperate hope of obtaining heritage, but it hasn't paid off. Jadi si Santos Pinchetti ini cuman kerja keras doang, Cuk. Tapi ini masih kurang nih, bukti ini masih ada. Letter from Fabio. The letter was found in Vogel. Is your my unson? You can control your bitterness. Not around me anyway. Ini Fabio buat si Mencius ya. not around me anyway. For me, it's too great a risk to ignore that kind of behavior. I can be speak and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Matista. You pay me, but you haven't bought me. Of course, I keep all your generous donation, even though they hardly compensated for your last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you. Although Matista will still be around. Oke. Jadi si Fabio ini ngancam dia kabur, cuy. Ngancam dia bakal ninggalin si Mancios. Santos mentioning Mancios gifting strength. Santos mention Mancios gifting strength and expansion gift to Fabio. In the letter, Fabio mentioned gift he would keep due to someone's temperament. It seems that Fabio wrote this angry letter to Mancios. Alright. But Mancios will not. A small note attached to the will says, Santos, my hopeful slug. You begged me to include you my will, so I did. Here's my letters representing the will. Coba nih. The police found the occult in Matista bag during the arrest according to the ex libris. The tome was taken from Mr. Manch's collection. It contains illustration and description of a ritual similar to the crime scene. Prepare the naked body of recently deceased object of interest. Draw symbol and marks reference to enhance the power you possess to use the force of male nature. Pierce his heart with a golden dagger to be rid of the blood that does not love you. Tusuk ya jantungnya dengan menggunakan dagger emas untuk diambil darahnya seseorang yang tidak mencintai kamu. Draw a symbol representing your love. While waiting for the resurrection, recite the charm. Judging by Court Manch's reaction, he hadn't permitted Matista to take it. Matista claims he used occultism for various purposes. She used some white magic on Fabio. Dari analisa gue, pelakunya adalah Mancios, guys. Menurut gue pelakunya Mancios. Kenapa Mancios? Nah, coba kita ini lagi. Jadi Fabio ini was killed in ritual murder. Fabio was sacrificed in the altar during an occult ritual. Ya. Matista mungkin menggunakan ritual ke Fabio, iya, tapi ritual white magic gitu loh. Untuk sesuatu yang baik. Lalu di sini Fabio bruised Matista. No. Matista was bruised by the gas. Lalu di sini Pinchetti accidentally stepped in blood. Yes. Manches set himself for debauchery. No. Kurt Manches cleaned himself of blood after Fabio murder. Ini kah? Atau kayak gini? Kita ke Manches lagi, guys.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this letter.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
Oke. Dia bilang ya udah kan kau mendinai semuanya nih. Menurut kau gimana caranya surat ini ada di koceknya di sakunya si Vogel? Ya kan kau detektifnya, mungkin aja diambil dari si Fabio, kan aku nggak tahu.
You'd better ask someone else.
Yeah.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
Alright. Mancios denies any connection with the letter and claims that Vogel took it from Fabio. Wah, mabuk nih orang. Ini ngomong lagi kita ke Vogel.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchios.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
you being on a bender?
Touché.
Touché. Alright, mine place, another mine place. He may have been the recipient of an angry letter from Fabio. Alright. Vogel. Kurt Manches had feeling for Fabio. Either Vogel or Manches is lying. Wow. Vogel took the letter under influence. Werner Vogel took the letter himself whilst under the effect of various substance. Manches planted the letter. Kurt Manches slipped the letter into Werner Vogel's pocket to make him look like a suspect. How about this? Karena nggak mungkin Werner Vogel ngambil sendiri kan? What? Another clue? Iya.
Please let me out.
Coba ngomong lu.
I have nothing to add.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh, that could be. I never thought Mr. Manchios could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Oke. Sangat mungkin ya. Kurt Manches had feeling for Fabio. Fabio was burning bridge with Manches. According to Matista, Fabio tried to break off all connection with Kurt Manches. Jadi si Fabio ini mencoba untuk memutuskan koneksi sama si orang tua itu ya. Fabio shattered Kurt Manches' feeling. Jadi Fabio ini bikin si Mancio ini sakit hati lah ceritanya, hatinya terluka. Oh, the Kurt Mancio is the murderer? For years, Fabio played with Kurt Manches' heart and abused his interest in the young performer. When Manches received yet another rejection, he murdered Fabio and staggered a love ritual to avoid suspicion. Crime of passion. Kurt Manches was heartbroken and panicked and did not mean to kill Fabio. The improv ritual was a desperate attempt to cover up the crime. A prison sentence should be enough for his harsher, and punishment is the death of his love. A sexual predator. Wow. Kurt Manches killed Fabio in cold blood. He staged the crime as a ritual to blame Matista. He planted the letter in Vogel's pocket to avoid suspicion. Manches has no consideration for the life of others and deserves to be hanged. Kalau itu bagus. Udah lah yang kiri gak ada basa-basi. Bentar dulu cuy. Kita kan sebagai detektif kan harus berpikir ya. Wait. Gua lihat dulu. Masalahnya itu guys, di game ini tuh nggak ada guys. Siapapun bisa jadi pembunuh di sini ya. Bentar guys, di game ini gue kasih tahu ya. Di game ini sebenarnya tuh tiga-tiganya ini adalah bisa kita jadikan pelaku, guys. Di game ini tuh nggak ada yang misalnya pelakunya beneran si Fabio nih, si Mancius nih, nggak ada. Siapapun bisa jadi pelaku. Pinchetti punya motif, Matista punya motif, Kurt Mancio juga punya motif. Sekarang ini tinggal pilihan kita aja siapa yang mau kita jadiin pelaku, guys. Nah sekarang kita lihat dulu. Motif sih kalau gue tetap mengarah ke Kurt Mancio ya. Tapi kan kita coba dulu lihatnya ke yang lain gimana. Apakah ritual ini hanya cover saja? Matista adalah pembunuhnya. Matista takut si Fabio ini makin berkembang ya, makin populer dan ambisinya itu makin besar. Dia pengen menjaga si Fabio ini bersamanya selama mungkin. In a last-ditch effort, Matista conduct a love ritual during which he killed Fabio. Karena kecintaan dia terhadap Fabio ini, makanya dia melakukan ritual itu, guys. A crushed soul. Matista is the product of tormented life. She knows no difference between good and evil. She wants her love, Fabio, to stay with her always. Matista deserves help. She needs to be treated and have a chance to get over her past in an asylum, babi. Jadi di sini adalah katanya tuh Matista adalah seorang yang hidupnya itu udah hancur lah ya. Jadi dia tuh nggak tahu yang mana baik dan yang mana yang jahat. Dia cuma pengen si Fabio ini tetap berada di sisinya. Jadi Matista ini membutuhkan pertolongan. She needs to be treated and have a chance to get over her past. Enggak, menurut gue yang ini sih. Atau si Matista ini occult murder. Matista menggunakan occultism sebagai jalan untuk membalas dendam her miserable life. Dia menusuk Fabio untuk menjaga si Fabio ini dekat dengan dia. Dan seharusnya she should be held accountable for her deeds. Any judge will give her that since without hesitation. Menurut gua enggak ya. Karena si Matista ini enggak kelihatan kayak orang yang pengen balas dendam. Enggak ada ngarah ke sana sih. Enggak ada ngarah ke situ kan. Malam Ibo. Santos Pinchetti is a murderer. Pinchetti bekerja dengan si pamannya ini udah bertahun-tahun ya, dengan harapan untuk mendapatkan heritage. Heritage itu gimana ya? Keuntungan lah. Mancia's hostility and humiliation push Pinchetti to kill Fabio and frame his uncle. Mancia's imprisonment would make Pinchetti the only one lawful heir. Correct the injustice. The only way for Santos Pinchetti to right his wrong was to be rid of his monstrous uncle. Pinchetti should be punished for the crime of murder, but he has suffered enough and deserves a fresh start after prison sentence. It was a cold revenge. Santos Pinchetti snapped. After years of disrespect, Pinchetti devised a plan to be rid of his uncle. However, misery and despair cannot justify murder. Pinchetti is dangerous and noose around his neck is all deserved. Enggak. Gue tetap aja lebih ngarah ke orang tua ini, guys, sumpah. Orang tua ini sih pelakunya. Ini sih orang tua ini sih. Dia udah jelas. Jadi intinya motif pembunuhan si Fabio ya. Motif pembunuhan si Fabio ini karena si Fabio ini udah menyakiti hatinya Kurt Mancio yang udah selama ini memberikan dia hadiah, uang, segalanya lah. Lalu si Fabio ini ingin meninggalkan dia. Nah makanya dia itu dengan segala macam sakit hati lah, dibunuhnya lah si Fabio ini. Lalu dengan harapan si Fabio ini bangkit kembali karena ritual itu gitu. Crime of passion. Kurt Manches was heartbroken, anjay. Jadi si Kurt Manches ini sakit hati dan panik dan tidak bermaksud untuk membunuh si Fabio. Lalu ritual itu adalah hasil improvisasi karena udah karena udah depresi ya, udah untuk menutupi kriminalnya. A prison sentence should be enough. For his harsher punishment is the death of his love. Penjara doang atau a sexual predator. Court Manches membunuh Fabio dengan darah dingin. He stages the crime as ritual to blame Matista. He planted the letter in Vogel's pocket to avoid suspicion. Manches has no consideration for the life of others and deserve to be hanged. Yang mana guys? Yang mana aja sih jadi ya? Oke Razif, kamu nggak mau lihat akhirnya? Ini udah benar-benar tinggal milih doang loh. Menurut gua crime of passion ya. Tapi apakah iya dia panik? Apakah iya dia panik? Ingat guys, awalannya itu dia memukul si Fabio kan, push, pecah kepalanya. Pecah kepalanya. Apa itu memang panik dia membunuh? Kiri. Ya gue juga lebih ke kiri sih. Tapi sexual predator. God Manches kill Fabio in cold blood. Nah, kalau dia pembunuh berdarah dingin, bukanlah. Ini ya, yang kiri ya. Yo, let's go. Nggak mau. Oke. Oh, kita ngomong dulu, guys. Ha! Accused!
The murder of Fabio did not have a ritual purpose, Mr. Manchios. It was staged by a man who wished to distract the investigation.
That might be true. That poor girl Matista wouldn't dare to kill the only man who cared for her. So, Santos.
Mr. Pinchetti snatched at the chance to solve his problems.
Ungrateful little scum. Will he be executed?
But what for? He informed the police as to the crime, that was all. He couldn't stage the ritual, but he found the body, I believe.
I can't believe it. Why did Werner do it?
Mr. Vogel. He had no reason, and he won't be a scapegoat as you plan. You put Fabio's letter in his pocket when he was intoxicated, didn't you?
You can't be serious.
Your fingernail. Ya, fingernailnya dia ya, jarinya juga mengatakan dia kan sabun ya, pakai sabun guys. Your fingernail.
We can very often deduce someone's life by
tangan.
their shoes or their fingernails. You are a meticulous person, but this murder was fairly traumatic and filthy. After you stabbed Fabio, you were covered in blood. You panicked and neglected to rinse the soap from under your fingernails. The devil is in the details, Mr. Manchios.
Nonsense. I missed it simply because of the busy schedule of the party.
Of course, a staged murder was certainly not planned.
Ya, panik dia. You staged the ritual.
You staged the murder as a satanic ritual. It was easy for you since you were the one who wrote the scenarios for the parties. It was your way of avoiding suspicion. A respectable man in his 60s,
early 60s,
who hosts the cream of Cordona's society, cannot possibly be a murderer. But the guests who behave like animals in his mansion, of course, one of them could have killed Fabio.
I did oversee a few of the rituals, but I did not stage Fabio's death.
Love wasn't mutual.
You're at the twilight of your life. You have no partner, you have no children. You had feelings, however, for one man. That was Fabio. You loved him. That is, you wished to own him with money and gifts. But he was also a free mind, was he not? He turned his back on you. Quite unjust. Love, so cruel and painful, and Fabio, with his words and deeds, made you feel the more wretched. So you killed him.
You must surely perceive that my sensitive nature wouldn't allow me to hurt anyone.
It was a crime of passion. It was premeditated murder. Premeditated itu apa ya? Iya, dia gay, guys. Premeditated. Direncanakan. Ini adalah pembunuhan yang direncanakan. Apa pembunuhan yang direncanakan? It was a crime of passion. Itu adalah kejahatan nafsu. Ya, gara-gara nafsu dia nggak, guys? Iya kan?
Fabio played with your feelings. That was painful to realize. You spent so much time and effort to be with Fabio, but he didn't respond in the way that you would have liked. You wanted to be loved, but Fabio shattered your dreams. In the smoking lounge, he teased and mocked you. He wanted you to suffer by offering himself to us. The deception was unbearable. You were passionate, and so you struck him. Once you understood your mistake, it was too late. You were afraid, so you staged the ritual. With such a story, you might be sentenced to a few years. It might clean your conscience, and soon the case will be forgotten.
No. No.
This is my decision. I'll talk to Constable Oswald to see what I can do.
Holy shit.
I wish everything were different.
Holy shit. I saw if found the constable been finding. He probably has something to share. Oke. Kasihan juga ya kakek ini ya. Tapi dia membunuh karena karena cinta dia itulah guys. Makanya hati-hati bermain cinta.
There's no fool like an old fool. Kurt Manchios did it. A young boy played with the heart of an old man. The latter couldn't handle it. The evidence I obtained clearly shows that the quarrel was not intended to end badly. It was an accident.
Showing pity towards your own kind, Holmes. Whatever.
All I'm saying is that prison won't take much away from an old and crushed man.
Fine. A big name like that will still give me a promotion. As for my part, not everything was in place. Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones, including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I've found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all. Your friend is free then. You can leave.
Good luck, Constable.
Up, case complete guys. Case complete. Now what? Oswald finding. Oswald found copy of the missing report on my mother's death. He left it on the table in the police archive.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock. The case is closed and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo.
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
It is what it is.
Whatever the truth, it had to be revealed. The victim deserved it.
Well, you seem confident in the value of your actions. I guess since I'm free, you were heard after all. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
Apa tadi pertanyaannya? Apa tadi pertanyaannya, guys? I am free. Spare me the lecture. I'm not entirely free. Apakah kita insan yang bebas, guys? Kenapa tiap gua main ini kamera gua agak nge-lag ya? Apa, guys? Cuy, apa cuy? I'm free dah.
Oh yes. It's a struggle, but yes, we can make our own decisions. That's what I fight for.
What an endless fight it is. Will you ever give yourself a break, Sherlock? You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Alright. Cari dulu ke arsip. Mana sih? Evidence. Archive bukan yang ini. Oh, ini dia. Report 743. Officer arrived to find the deceased identified as Mrs. Violet Holmes lying in the garden of Stonewood Manor. Visual inspection showed the victim to be truly soaked with a deep vertical incision 2 inches in length. Hah? Apa? The victim be thoroughly soaked with a deep vertical incision 2 inches in length down her throat. Her face was swollen and covered in red blotches. Likely cause of death, hypoxia. Hypoxia apaan guys? Google dulu guys. Hypoxia. Hipoksia adalah suatu kondisi di mana jaringan tubuh Anda memiliki kadar oksigen yang berada di bawah batas normal. Kondisi ini disebabkan oleh hipoksemia, yaitu kadar oksigen di dalam darah Anda lebih rendah dari kadar yang seharusnya. Umumnya hipoksia adalah istilah yang digunakan untuk menyebut kedua kondisi di atas. Pada kondisi normal, bla 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 bla. Hipoksia ini dapat dibedakan menjadi akut dan kronis, tergantung pada keparahan waktu dan kejadiannya. Tidak menutup kemungkinan munculnya hipoksemia dan hipoksia adalah gejala dari kondisi kesehatan lainnya yang Anda alami. Salah satu penyakit yang saat ini sering dikaitkan dengan hipoksia adalah COVID-19. Oke. Kurang oksigen lah intinya guys. Wah babi. Aku belum selesai baca, ngeklik ini dong jadi kena.
Garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
Alright. Now what? Report nomor 73. Oh ini dia. Man suspect author was arrested on the scene. The body was sent for autopsy. Oh si yang ditangkap si author, si dokter itu. Printed memory. Another fragment out of my past has bubbled the surface. I remember blooming trees, famous in the pond, and a cozy gazebo. It seems that we have a large garden behind our manor, accessible through the door by the ground floor that is bordered by 2 windows. Alright. Kayaknya itu mengakhiri perjalanan kita hari ini guys. Kita ganti baju dulu. Alright. Kita TP ke rumah dulu guys. Akhir perjalanan Sherlock. Belum guys, belum. Next stream mungkin guys. Next stream Sherlock mungkin bakal tamat. Belum tamat ini. Satu kasus lagi guys. Satu kasus lagi nih. Tadi belum tamat itu. Atau tamat hari ini? I don't know man. Wait. Gue liat storyline-nya dulu guys. Pakai dikit lagi tamat. Kalau dikit lagi tamat, mending lanjut aja. Mother's Love ini masalah 3 kasus anjir. Oh iya dikit lagi anjing. Iya dikit lagi cuy. The garden, point of no return. Once you process into the garden, the game will conclude and you can free roam afterwards. Make a manual save game before you proceed. Gue disuruh ini guys. Once you proceed into the garden, the game will conclude and you can free roam after. Make a manual save game before you proceed. Gimana anjing bikin save-nya gimana cuy? Oh ini dia. Oke, gue udah bikin manual save. Ayo, last case guys, last case. Siapkah kalian guys? Akhir dari perjalanan Mr. Sherlock Holmes yang terhebat dan termasyhur itu. My mother drowned. Her throat wound could either be final humiliation by her killer or a desperate attempt to save her. She didn't drown. The slit on my mother's throat was an attempted tracheotomy. It makes no sense to do this if she was drowning. Barangan aja dulu guys. Ini terakhir sepertinya. Pak, musiknya serius banget lagi ini. Granita sedih ini nggak nonton langsung. Let's go guys. Wait, where's John? John? Oh anjing, bikin kaget. Udah ganti baju lu dulu John. Jangan bikin pakaian yang itu bikin malu, Cok. Nah, ini aja.
Hey, is anybody at home? Hello?
Cuma game gini nggak ikutin, harusnya ikutin. Another fragment of my past has bubbled the surface. I remember blooming trees, simmers in the pond, and a cozy gazebo. It seems that we have a large garden behind our manor, accessibly through a door on the ground floor that is bordered by 2 windows.
Home sweet home, Sherry. Sherry, please listen to me. Sherry.
John, I always listen to you.
You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through. I don't know what is beyond this door, but I can feel it. Buzzing, angry, like a fly at the window.
I know. I can sense it too.
You locked away this memory for a reason. There is only pain here.
Pain? And truth.
You do not need to suffer either. There is so much more we can do on Cordona. So many others we can help. There is no coming back from
John kayaknya takut guys kalau John kayaknya takut kalau misalnya siapa namanya Sherlock pergi ke belakang itu guys. Dia jadi kayak ingat masa lalunya gitu terus bisa menghilangkan memori si Johnnya ini guys. Gimana guys? I have to finish guys. I have to finish this. Kita selesaikan guys ya, biar tamat guys ya. Walaupun ada misi-misi yang lain gak usah kita kerjakan. I have to finish this.
John, my animum, my brother, there is nothing more important in this moment than this truth. I know you fear for me, but my path was set long ago. I can no more step off it than I can ask the avalanche to roll back uphill.
Just... please be careful, Sherry. I love you.
Quite. Come on. We'll go together.
Oh shit. Memories in the manor. I spent my childhood in the Stonewood Manor and am starting to remember flashes of my time here. The house is now abandoned, but restoring the rooms to how they were may bring back the memories to life. My mind place seems to panjang banget anjing. The door to the garden is finally unlocked and the answers to all my questions await. Apakah ini guys yang kita cari selama ini guys?
Why didn't I remember we had such a big garden?
Maybe you forgot it for your own good. That's the descendant of a tree your father planted in London, correct?
Indeed, we planted the sprout here, and for a while it grew happily. Alas, it seems without us here to care for it, it didn't survive.
Oh shit. Lagi-lagi gay. Nah, kalau tadi bukan gay, kocak. Tadi itu I love you tuh lebih kepada
ah yes,
kawan.
The statue of Merope. My mother was trying to restore it. Pity she never had the opportunity to finish. Is that the raft we made together, John?
Looks more like a pile of rotten planks now.
Sherlock kayak sering main kesini deh. What the fuck is that? Gua nggak lihat tadi. Merinding anjing gua sumpah. Ih anjing kenapa jadi suram gini bangsat?
That's from Mother's favorite tea set. What is it doing in here?
What? Oh jalan. Shit, I am scared man, I am scared. What the fuck is this? Ini
Come here, Sherry. Hurry.
Oh, ini waktu kecil dulu nih, waktu kecil dulu. Maknya ribut sama dokter Otto. Woi, kaget. FIFA lagi nggak sih abis ini? Iya boleh. Gue ngantuk sih sebenarnya, tapi main FIFA dulu lah bentar. Potasium bermain.
These must help calm her down.
What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?
risk of side effect. Dr. Richter experiment on my mother with unconventional drug and treatment. Every dose had a risk of side effect. Increased tolerance. My mother used sedative frequently, so her body must have built up tolerance. It wouldn't be a danger to her. No. So she drowned. Allergic reaction. My mother had an unexpected allergic reaction to her medication and she suffocated. Oke, jadi kena alergi cuy. Ini game mengurus tenaga pada FIFA. Jelas lah, nih otak gue mikir tadi. My mother was drowned. Someone drowned my mother either by accident or on purpose. Jadi ibu kita ini mati tenggelam atau gimana sih? My mother drowned. Her throat wound could either be a final humiliation by her killer or a desperate attempt to save her. Iya, menurut gua tenggorokan emak gua disayat dikit guys. Disayat dikit tuh dibunuh orang. She didn't drown. The slit on my mother's throat was an attempt to track me. It makes sense to do this. Oke, itu habis stream terus jadi cuci muka minum jika diperlukan oleh Majali. Wah, gak gue yang hari ini benar-benar ngantuk parah gue. Bagus lah kalau gue tidur cepat bisa ini kan. Bagus jam tidur gue, tapi gue main dulu lah sampai jam 3 paling. Increase tolerance. Ya, gue yakin yang ini. Bukannya mati sama dokter Disord kok jadi tenggelam. Bisa aja di ini kan, di apa sih namanya, ditenggelamin di sini. I don't know, kita lihat aja ntar.
What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?
Oi, bener jam tidur udah dekat puasa juga. Alah, udah ngantuk. Kok juga puasa sampai sahur kok. Coy, ini kemana lagi anjing? Wih, ngentot, itu apa tuh anjing? Kaget gua. Babi ya, mukanya kagak kelihatan lagi. Anjing.
Don't go, mother, wait.
Babi ya, pakai baju putih lagi mak.
I remember this artifact from Mother's collection.
Anjing, musik bikin gue berhenti anjing.
Mother's work journal. I liked poring over the detailed pages and reading about my parents' collection.
Gue merinding bangsat.
Here it is. We'll just borrow it for a while.
Did you hear that? Someone's coming. Let's take a peek.
Oh, ini yang si ini Mycroft ngamuk-ngamuk sama si Richter.
You call this progress? Charlotte, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
Any result is progress, even if it is a worsening of her condition. It informs my...
No. I have made my decision. She must be sent to a legitimate medical facility. I will not let her hurt Sherlock.
What? Master Holmes, you do not understand.
That will be all. I expect you to have left the house by week's end.
Sherry, say something. Can you hear me? You're scaring me.
Sherry, come here, darling.
Cari kamera. Itu anjing itu.
I'm waiting for you.
Tuh.
Sherry, come here, darling. Sherlock, I'm here. Come closer.
Tuh anjing kan serem banget ya. Di atas kursi duduk putih-putih, mukanya gak kelihatan.
Coming, Mother. This was for my mother, wasn't it? I remember how we came to the garden for a breath of fresh air.
Kita bawa mama kita.
Take me to my flowers, Sherry. They must already be in bloom.
As you wish, Mum. I bet you missed the fresh air, didn't you?
Terribly. The sun is far brighter than I remember. But I like it.
We can walk each day from now on, if you want.
That would be wonderful. Just look at them. The stars of the earth. Even the sky must be jealous of their beauty.
Indeed. Mother, would you like to go around the water?
That would be perfect. I always wanted such a nice pond in London.
Apakah ini guys? Apakah kita pembunuhnya? Nggak mungkin lah ya.
I knew you would like it.
We should put some fish in it, don't you think?
How about some carp?
That's a nice idea. Let's visit your father's tree. It grows so fast, just like you.
We could even build a tree house in it.
Yes, Sherry. Speaking of your father, could you call him out, please?
Mom! I'm sorry. He passed away.
Mama lupa.
He's gone.
No, he's not.
I'm telling the truth. Did you forget again?
No! Don't you dare say such things! You are a liar like all the others!
Mother!
Don't call me that! You aren't fooling me!
No! Mom, it hurts!
My son would never lie!
Mom, stop!
Who are you? Reveal yourself!
Please, stop! It's me, Sherlock!
You are not my Sherry! Get me my stuff!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! What the fuck? Apakah Mycroft yang bunuh? Oh, Otto Richter kah yang melihat kejadian semuanya? Holy shit. Gak tau gue kejadian sebenarnya kayak gitu. My mother tried to drown me in the pond at the Stonewood Manor. Pantes Sherlock ini mengubur kenangannya dalam-dalam ya. Ternyata kenangan jelek, guys. Mycroft accused Dr. Richter. After Mycroft caught Dr. Richter, he blamed him for our mother's death. Dr. Richter is responsible. My mother, Violet, was drowned by Dr. Richter. Mycroft accused him of murder, but it's unclear if Otto killed her deliberately. Otto killed my mother to end her suffering and save my life. Mycroft hid the truth to protect me and was correct in accusing Otto of impropriety. An accident. Otto killed my mother while trying to save me. The drowning was an accident and he desperately attempted a tracheotomy to save her. Mycroft hid the truth to protect me and wrongly accused Otto. Tar dulu guys. Tadi ingat gak yang ada ini, yang ada sayatan tadi itu? Padahal dia tenggelam. Ingat guys. Detail-detail kecil ingat ya, detail kecil. Ini menentukan pilihan kita, guys. Ingat gak tadi? Tadi kan kita dikasih 2 pilihan. Ini orang tenggelam. Terus yang tracheotomi tadi tuh katanya nggak penting kalau misalnya udah tenggelam terus udah mati ngapain disayat lagi gitu. Holy shit, what the fuck? Gue cari lu tracheotomi apaan sih? Tracheotomi. Tracheotomy is a surgical procedure which consists of making incision on apa sih anjing? Tracheotomy adalah surgical procedure which consists of making an incision cut on the anterior aspect of the neck and opening a direct airway through. Bahasa Indonesia aja lah. Nih, ntar guys ya, gue baca dulu. Tracheostomy adalah lubang yang dibuat oleh ahli bedah melalui bagian depan leher dan masuk hingga tenggorokan. Sebuah tabung tracheotomi ditempatkan ke dalam lubang tersebut agar tetap terbuka untuk bernapas. Istilah prosedur pembedahan untuk membuat lubang ini disebut tracheotomi. Tracheotomi menyediakan saluran udara untuk membantu proses pernapasan ketika jalan napas Anda tersumbat atau terganggu. Ketika tracheostomi tidak lagi diperlukan, lubang akan dibiarkan sembuh atau ditutup dengan prosedur bedah. Namun bagi sebagian orang prosedur ini dapat bersifat permanen. Nah, apa yang terjadi saat tracheotomi? Tracheotomi seringkali dilakukan di ruang operasi dengan anestesi umum sehingga Anda tidak akan menyadari prosesnya. Jenis prosedur yang akan Anda jalani tergantung dengan gangguan kesehatan dan kebutuhan. Oke. How about that, guys? Gimana, guys? Bentar. Oh. Guys, apakah fakta yang berada di balik kasus ini sebenarnya sangat menyakitkan dan memilukan, guys? Menurut gua yang bikin Violet Holmes atau ibu kita terbunuh adalah Sherlock Holmes itu sendiri, guys. Sherlock Holmes itu sendiri. Dan pada waktu itu Otto Richter ini mencoba menolongnya, mencoba menolong ibu kita yang tenggelam dengan cara melubangi lehernya. Lalu ketika lagi mencoba menyelamatkan itu, si Mycroft datang. Mycroft tahu siapa pelakunya, tapi dia menuduh Otto Richter. Kenapa? Karena dia untuk melindungi si Sherlock. How about that? Deliberate murder. Deliberate apa? Deliberate. Disengaja, pembunuhan yang disengaja. Menurut gue bukan pembunuhan yang disengaja sih ini. Di penjualan Sherlock sendiri memang si Otto membunuhnya, tapi tujuannya melindungi Sherlock. Otto killed my mother to end her suffering and save my life. No, Mycroft hid the truth to protect me and was correct. Gak tau lah ya, itu analisa gue aja guys. Menurut gue lebih ke arah kanan gak sih guys? An accident. Otto killed my mother. Otto membunuh ibu kita ketika mencoba untuk menyelamatkan Sherlock. Tenggelam itu adalah sebuah aksiden ya. And he desperately attempt tracheotomy to save her. Oh mungkin waktu kayak gini guys, mungkin si dokter Otto itu ngeliat Sherlock ditenggelamin kayak gitu, dia langsung datang dorong si Sherlock Holmes, dorong ke depan, yang mana dia akhirnya masuk ke dalam kolam dan tenggelam. Tapi dengan cepat setelah dia menyelamatkan Sherlock, dia bawa lagi ke daratan, terus dia mencoba untuk menyelamatkannya. Mycroft mencoba untuk menyembunyikan kebenaran ini untuk melindungiku. Dan ini ya, wrongly accused Otto. Gua kanan sih guys, gua kanan. Guys, this is your final decision. Are you sure about your choice? You will not be able to change it after confirmation. Apapun kayaknya memang lebih kuat ke kanan ya.
Sherlock, can you hear me? Come on, wake up.
Get off me.
Sherry,
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me.
you couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shouldered it for you. I took your pain, your horror.
Otto Richter murdered my mother, and Mycroft covered it up. Whisked me away from this place, buried me in schoolwork, and left the past to rot.
And you needed a way to cope, so I helped.
You were a lie, John, a fiction, a crutch.
No, I was a friend.
Ada Mycroft guys, ketutup kamera gua.
Sherlock?
What?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he worth it?
Why is he here?
I think, in his own way, he was trying to protect me. A truth I couldn't bear. But now I must face it.
Kenapa sih?
Sherlock, what are you doing?
You kept me in the dark and kept your actions quiet. You enabled Richter and his untested quackery for far too long. And worse, you wanted to lock up our mother.
I wanted to give you a chance at normalcy, childhood. There was no changing what happened, no good to come of dwelling in the past.
It was lies upon lies. Otto Richter was trying to save her, but you decided he deserved to take the fall. Is that justice?
The big picture, Sherlock. The big picture. Perhaps Richter was not responsible for her fit of rage, but his treatment led inexorably to that moment. You were so fragile. I could not... I just couldn't. I chose us over him.
You know, for once I believe you. Perhaps now that the truth is out, I can actually do what you had hoped. Leave it all in the past.
Good. You have your whole life ahead of you, Sherlock. It is time you got on with it.
I was worried there for a minute, Sherry. Really worried. I didn't want to hurt you.
nangis ya.
What's so funny?
I am talking to myself, John. I think I was hurt regardless.
But we made a good team, eh? Explored every inch of this place together. Helped a lot of people. Terrorized a few too, I suppose. I think I may go so far as to say, Sherry, that I have not lived wholly in vain.
So that's it. It's over.
You've opened every door, Sherry. Faced the past you locked away. You don't need me anymore.
I know. I will miss you all the same. I don't want you to go.
Menghilang deh, guys.
Yes, you do.
Goodbye, John.
Why are you here?
Closure, I suppose. And to help a friend.
You and I are not friends. In a race between the thawing of the ice caps and our friendship, I would buy a boat.
Ha! Is that right?
I can see it now. I know what you did.
What did I do?
You needled me. From the moment we met, you were searching for weakness. You pushed me to pursue the truth about my mother. You questioned everything I did, everything I believed, to break me. To blur truth and fiction, reality, morality. A saboteur in silk. Was it vengeance for him? Or do you prefer Klaus?
Excuse me?
You are Klaus Richter, Otto's younger brother. Do you hold me responsible for his end?
Ha! There was no love lost between me and my brother. I am sure you can relate.
Dia dia
Otto
Dr.
was merely
Otto!
the gravity that pulled me into your orbit. Or you into mine. Once I met you, I could not keep away.
Why? What reason do you have for all this?
To help you.
You're lying.
To show you that you were wrong.
More lies. I know you now, Werner. Try again.
To see what had happened. Or is that yet another untruth? Doesn't matter. Take your pick. Who cares? You're my masterpiece. I turned Sisyphus into Ozymandias. You could not see the futility of your quest until I helped you to let go of the rock. And now, nothing beside remains.
I remain. Despite you and to spite you.
It is a matter of will and power now. Will you overcome this, or shall you decay? Oh, on that note, I brought you something.
I want nothing more from you.
When one wants for nothing, Sherlock, the best thing to get them is something personal. So, here you are. Now, please excuse me, but the gallery calls. I'm already conceiving my next project.
Dead Note anjing, what the fuck, L?
You really are beautiful.
Dead Note, L?
My brother returned to London soon after our disagreement. He enrolled at Cambridge University but attends only the rare classes that hold his interest. I hear he took employment at a hospital laboratory, obsessing over his experiments. I suppose he seeks solace in the empirical truth of a chemical test. I am afraid for him. His evenings are spent alone, solving citizens' menial mysteries to pass the time. And I suspect he is growing paranoid. One of my agent's vehicles recently ignited during a surveillance operation.
Ini siapa?
She was lucky to get out alive.
Ini siapa cuy?
There is only one man who could orchestrate such a feat. Or perhaps two. I saved my brother. He will never forgive me.
Minecraft kah?
I found it!
And what is that?
Siapa?
How far, bruises may be produced after death. How are you? You have been in Afghanistan, I
Ini
perceive.
John Watson!
How on earth did you know that?
John Watson!
The question now is about bruising.
Partner
No
Sherlock!
doubt you see the significance of this discovery of mine.
It is interesting, no doubt, but...
John Watson!
Practically...
Why, it is the most practical medico-legal discovery for years. Had we these data sooner, hundreds of men would have paid the penalty for their crimes. Cases oft hinge upon how a man died. Now, we can know which wounds he suffered alive, which occurred post-mortem, and what instrument was responsible.
Holy
Ergo,
shit!
One will soon be able to calculate with utmost precision when and where death occurred, sparing the innocent and damning the guilty.
Well, then you are to be congratulated.
Indeed. But, you came here on business.
Correct again. I am looking for someone with whom to take diggings, and heard you were complaining that you could get no one to go halves with you.
I have my eye on a suite in Baker Street, which would suit us down to the ground. You don't mind the smell of strong tobacco, I hope?
I smoke ships myself.
That's good enough. I get in the dumps at times, and don't open my mouth for days on end. Just let me alone, and I'll soon be right. What have you to confess now? It's best for two fellows to know what bruises each other carries before they begin to live together. My last companion and I...
Well, I object to rows because my nerves are shaken. And I get up at all sorts of ungodly hours. And I am extremely lazy. I have another set of vices when I'm well. But those are the principal ones at present.
Do you include violin playing in your category for rouse?
It depends on the player. A well-played violin is a treat for the gods. A badly played one.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think we may consider the thing as settled. Oh, forgive my manners. My attention wavers. Sherlock Holmes.
Dr. John Watson.
John Watson! Holy shit. Holy moly shit, guys. This is the end. The end of the young Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. Kita udah main di 2 edisi Sherlock, guys. Sherlock yang pertama itu udah dengan John Watson. Sherlock yang Chapter 1 justru yang sama John ya, teman imajinasinya. Dan ternyata di akhir cerita ini ada ini ya, John Watson akhirnya muncul, guys. Apakah ada Sherlock Holmes chapter 2? Mana tahu ya kan? Oke lah kalau gitu, guys. Karena Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 udah tamat, guys. Saatnya gua pamit undur diri dulu di streaming Sherlock Holmes ini, guys. Thank you buat teman-teman semua yang udah menjadi partner gua untuk membantu menyelesaikan kasus-kasus yang ada di Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 ini. Game yang sangat bagus menurut gua, walaupun tidak populer ya, tidak banyak yang mainin, tapi salah satu game misteri yang bagus lah, salah satu yang bagus lah kalau gue bilang. Karena gue juga fans Sherlock. Terima kasih Sherlock Holmes sudah menemani novel-novelnya juga. Dan karena ini udah chapter terakhir dari Sherlock Holmes chapter 1, gue pamit undur diri dulu guys. Dan sepertinya topi Sherlock ini harus kita